Hello. Hello, everyone. Hi. Hi. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, everyone. How's it going, my friends?
Fire!
Bye. We've got so many beautiful people today here in chat. Cancel Snail came in and grabbed the first redeem. It's lovely to see you. Lovely to see you, Snail. I've had a crazy day and may end up taking a nap right now, but wanted to say hi. Well, I'm glad you showed up. Yes, give Laios a pet. Thank you, Ethereal. Hello, Ethereal. Came in and grabbed the real, actual first redeem. Mosslet is here. Hello, Mosslet. It's a lovely day for fishing. Ice fishing, maybe. Damsel Heart is here to lurk. How dare my stream wife be streaming while I'm streaming? How dare she? I hope she enjoys her lurk, though. Chara is here. Hi, Chara. I'm kind of grounded somehow. I forgot to pay my Wi-Fi bill this month, so until next month, no PC. Yeesh. Well, I hope, are you able to... You forgot to pay it. Oh, my glasses are on. Thank you, Ethereal. Tomo's here, too, of course. He wanted to say hi. He wants to do his little routine of I start streaming, and then he starts chirping. Hi, Lemon. How's it going? Welcome in. Chara, are you able to, like, pay your Wi-Fi bill, even though it's late? What do you mean, forgot to pay your Wi-Fi? Like, I understand forgot to pay it, but are you really not able to, put the payment through? But otherwise, you know, there's plenty of stuff to do that's not, on Wi-Fi. So I hope you can stay entertained in the meantime. How's everyone doing? How was everyone's weekend? Little bird, do you want some seeds? A little bit in here. I don't need to buy more of these. We're getting real low. Let's shake a few in the foraging tray. There we go, real low. Getting real low on these. He loves these. He goes crazy for these. KT Garden Veggie Treat. Put those away. You want them? It's in your foraging tray, little bird. There you go. It's in here. He's exploring. He's having a flora adventure. Little birdie with the flora adventure. I had a good weekend. I feel like... So I've been on my medications again. We're just lurking Damsel's stream. We're just gonna lurk Damsel's stream while she, or while we talk for a bit. And we'll get to the game soon. I want to throw some actual food. I haven't seen Tomo eating actual food, like actual pellets, in a little while. And I'm slightly concerned. But let's put some in there. Let's put some in there. There you go, climb down. Good bird. Very good bird. I started on my Lego Enterprise D this weekend. Ooh, super exciting. Is that a Star Wars machine? Some sort of Star Wars space machine? Ship, I believe they're called. Sorry, fairies don't have space travel yet. Weekend was good. Week's had a bit of a rough start, but I'm getting some cleaning and laundry done. Good, good, good. Star Trek, Enterprise, of course. These are the adventures of the Enterprise. That's how the show goes, right? The adventures of the Starship Enterprise, or whatever it says. I was never a big Star Trek fan. The meds, getting back on my meds finally, I think it's just starting to kick in again. And I learned how to take the pill without hurting myself. Pretty much? Sweet. I've got the important bits. These are the stories? Something like that. I was reading, I was poking around on Reddit. Here, I'll come in a little bit. I was poking around on Reddit the other day, and people were talking about how Data's voice actor is like a major jerk to fans. They were talking about stories of meeting celebrities, and they're like people who are really, really excited to meet. Is it Brent Spiner? Brent Spiner. Yeah, he's like really short, impatient, and like intolerant, really, of fans. And people talk about meeting the other cast and having a great time, and then they told them about talking with Brent Spiner, and the other cast members were like, yeah, that checks out. It's a shame, because I know what a beloved character Data is, and it would really suck to pretty much have him like snip at you. I always thought he'd be cool, right, but you know, never meet your heroes, I guess. That's what the thread was about. What's a never meet your hero situation you've experienced? He does an impressive Patrick Stewart impression. It can't be better than mine. 2 + 2 = 4. I don't remember what the quote is. But there's that one episode where there's somebody trying to like mind game him, like brainwash him, and he stays strong the whole time, and it's like a really iconic episode. I guess there are 4 lights. 2 + 2 = 4. No, there are 4 lights. Yeah, that's what it is. Star Trek people understand. Hi, Hecho, welcome in. But yeah, I've been really tired since New Year's, but I'm really starting to feel like really, really optimistic about the coming year. Optimistic and starting to feel a little energized for it, you know what I mean? So that's really nice. I'm starting to have like ambitions and ideas for streaming again. There's more like sound bits that I want to introduce again, and other sort of content that I'm thinking about doing. So it's kind of exciting. I want to shake things up a little more this year. Hopefully I could get partner, but we'll see what happens. Temba his arms wide. I know that one. Somehow. I know that one. Was that a Star Trek Lower Decks thing? Because I watched Star Trek Lower Decks. Thank you for the quack, Ethereal. I watched Star Trek Lower Decks. I think it's great. I haven't seen the newest. Yes, little bird. I haven't seen the newest season, though. Next Generation. Darmak and Gelad at Tenebra. Yes, little bird. Who hit the cockatiel sound alerts? Who hit that one? You guys get that for free. What's up, little bird? Ooh, you're really into it now. He was like, it's crazy because he's been so quiet the rest of the day. Domo time. Did I say hi to you, Hecho? Hi, Hecho. He's been so quiet the rest of the day, and as soon as I start streaming, he's like this. Sigh. We're gonna go with the oat spray. Oat spray, little bird? You have to bribe him. You have to bribe him to calm down. Good? You like? There you go. Hopefully he ate some pellets. I don't know, he thinks you're perching and singing. It could be the case. That very well could be the case. Parrots are social animals. So, yeah, it could be what's going on. Oat spray, that sounds like a horrid thing. It's, bird treat. Yeah. Oh, it's actually this brand that I have, I think. But it's just dried, you know, like sprigs of oat. A spray flask filled with oat water. I feel like that could be used for something, but I don't know what. But they're, I don't know why it's called spray. For all birds, every bird, even cassowaries, even shoebill storks, even hummingbirds. I don't think hummingbirds would like this. Growing mold? You know what? True. I bet you oat water could grow mold. What if I relocate the oat spray? Would you prefer it down here? Little bird? What if I pet you? Oh, hi Neptune, welcome in. We're chit-chatting before we get into Digimon. It will be kind of a shorter stream today. What's up? You don't want Sketchies? No, he was like, oh, there he goes. He was going crazy for Sketchies earlier. My penguin loves this stuff. Look at that cute little finch. I love finches. I think, if I really want more bird after Tomo, I might get finches. They're really stinking cute. And they're a little less demanding. Cheese be feeling 1'4" today? That's 1 inch shorter than I usually am. We saw purple finch in the fall, really? Purple finch. These are so pretty! I've never seen these before! I love birds that are like pink. Do we have a sound alert for finches? We might. The dreaded purple pinch! These bitey birds have an amazingly large attitude compared to the other American rose finches. Rose finches. Oh, look at this cutie pie. But they also saw an indigo bunting. Ooh, indigo booty. Buzzbot. A bird that's just finished a bloody corpse? Whoa. I can kind of see that. There'll be videos out there of like a parrot eating raspberries. And it's like, oh my god! What did you do? It seems so gruesome. Hi, Yellow! Yellow, Yellow! It's a Daily Dad joke. Did you hear about the guy who had a flat while... Did you hear about the guy who had a flat while driving his family's vegetable truck? Needed a spare, I guess. Oh, I love that one. I love that one. Keep bringing more jokes that have like dumb wordplay like that. Pretty please. Thank you, Yellow. Have a beautiful day. Needed asparagus. Yeah. If I if I ever have house finch. If I ever have birds again after Tomo, maybe a house finch, maybe a zebra finch. And not just one. Finches, you need at least a couple. Teach the bird dad jokes? I don't think he understands. Ow! You nibbled my neck. I know you're being affectionate, but it hurt. He's like, now I gotta freak out. He flew off. Look at zebra finches. Look how cute they are. What's going on downstairs? Yeah, I like finches. Cheesecake Weezer vote. Oh, that would be great. Little bird. Oh, little bird. You need more millet. Is that what it is? Yes? More millet? You want? No? Remember when I told you guys I was gonna make a vet appointment on Monday? It's Monday and I didn't do it. I'll do it tomorrow. I'm a big fan of the American woodcock and the sound they make. Let us see. Other than chickadees, I saw a dark-eyed junco. Wow. Oh, I've seen these guys. Oh, hi, Dan. Welcome in. Me. Me. We're trying to listen to the American woodcock, Domo. What? Why am I blinking like that? I know there's stuff going on in the rest of the house, right? Me. They do a funny dance, don't they? What are you standing up so tall for, Tomo Bird? You've been so calm throughout the rest of the day. Oh man, look at it go. I wonder if I'm gonna get copyright issues. Come on, bird. I'm streaming. I need you to chill out. Smile. Okay, I think it's safe now. Aren't they so cute? Doing laundry and having a drink? Oh, Tantalus is on a 15 stream streak. How about these ones, Tomo? Will you no longer take my bribes? No pellets? Do you no longer accept them? What if I put them in your treat dish? Will you take it in a box? Will you take it in your socks? Is that a real quote from Sam I Am? Researchers have no idea why they pop like this. My reaction time's so bad. Ah, what a beautiful bird. What a beautiful creature. Whoa. Tomo's at least chilled out a little bit. Oh, we were talking about pink birds? Rosie Bork parakeet. This is also a very cute and pink bird. You got the sort of more wild color ones. Whoa. So cute! You've got these, like, I think they're called leucistic. Little bird. What? Normal male. Oh, I thought it said a violent factor. It says a violent factor. What did the bird say? He says chirp, chirp, chirp. Hi, Chara. You've already been here, right? Check this out. Whoa. Looks like a pamplemousse. What? That's a real word? Bird's booty? A pamplemousse is a fruit? Yes, Tomo Bird, I hear you. Okay, he will not concede until I give him the big millet, I think. Here comes the big millet. It's in your treat dish, go for it. Yeah, you can make it. I believe in you. Go ahead. It's right in there. Big one. Big one. You want it? There you go. I hear that pattern every time I open Instagram. I even hear it when birds chirp. What pattern? Tomo? Tomo chirping? What are you talking about? What pattern? Yeah, these parrots are so cute. Opaline hen. Oh, Rubino, that's what this color is called. Yeah. Such beautiful birds. One time I showed this on stream, these parrots. Excuse me. One time I showed these parrots on stream. Excuse me. And somebody asked me if they were AI generated. Oh, thank you, Neptune. I'm like, nope, these are real birds. Granted, I've never seen one in real life, but... Oh, yeah. Instagram's called a racism app for a reason? I have no idea what you're talking about. I forget how much Pokemon are based on IRL animals, because that party is fabulous! Yeah! Oh, thank you for this 3-stream streak, Chara. I like the stinky cheese emote. I want to make a me version of that emote. Oh yeah. Let's make room. Keep it that way? Okay. Yippee! Pretty, pretty, pretty. Okay, how about we get into some Digimon finally? You want that? I want that. I want to play Digimon. Pretty please. Oh, it's gonna like jump scare me in my ears, but it's not gonna be connected to stream audio yet. But the title screen is like really loud. I'll make it, but I draw bad because my pen broke. You'll make what? What are you making? There we go. Oh. Oh yeah. It's gonna blow out my ear holes until I get into my file where it's applying the sound settings. Oh, stinky crystal cheesecake emote. I can make it eventually. Ugh. Okay. There we go. Much better. Hi, little robot! Little robot! How's it going? I hope you have a cool stream. Thank you. Thank you, friend. Sweet. Okay, I remember when we left off, we were... I feel like we're... Wanyaman. We're just sort of getting past the, like the sort of, what do you call it? Maybe tutorial parts? And we're getting into the actual gameplay of it. I don't know what to do next. I feel like I had a plan for what I was doing next. What? Wi-Fi? Oh, that's connecting to the Digilab again. Hiya! Do we go back to K Cafe? I think that's what I'm gonna try. Where's the cafe? Oh, it's that way. Huh? I could have swore it was this way. No, not the cafe. Wait. The office. The detective agency. That's where I'm going. Yeah, it's been so fun getting into Digimon. I've been playing Digimon World Championship for the DS, but I think I'm doing really bad at it. I started raising some Digimon. One of them just like deleted for some reason. Maybe I was taking poor care of it or something, or I like ran out of space without realizing it. And every Digimon I get has either evolved into Sukamon, which is like the golden poop one, or Vegemon, which seems like a bad evolution. Everyone, huh? What's that beeping? Oh, I got a new message. There are max level Digimon in the farm, including Poyomon. Huh? What do I do about that? Does that mean they can Digivolve? Hello, let's talk to her. Head for Shinjuku. Okay, we may not know everything, but getting out there and taking action is key. Oh, we can pull up the Tomokim again. Don't think too hard, just keep moving forward. Okay, so that's our goal, to head for Shinjuku. Top quality beans. Do we check what's going on the farm? Yeah, we check what's going on the farm. Because if we can Digivolve something, then I would love to. I would love to do that. Oh, expansion. Hi Tomo, bye Tomo, hi Tomo, bye Tomo. Yeah, he's dipping his head into the treat dish to, to grab the millets. Increase the number of islands. This will allow you to keep a greater number of Digimon. Increase the rank of an island. So increase the number of locations where you can place farm goods. I still don't know what farm goods are. Anyway, I don't know how these guys got max level. Are they max level? Oh, that one's not. But these Poyomon and Pabumon are. So we can go to Digibank and do some Digivolving. I think. Not possible. I can Digivolve it. Oh. Yeah! We can get this little creature, we can get Yokomon, we can get this little creature. What can we get from Poyomon? We can get Bukamon, we can get this creature, let's do that. Yeah. I kinda wanna like... It's the teeth guy! It's Tokomon! The cute little critter with the big old teeth! Oh, and this one goes into, Aid, hi! This one goes into the little one with the bat wing ears, little orange one. Okay, we got Tokomon now. We got Kawumon and Poyomon to evolve. Is this the better one? I don't know. I'm gonna do another Tokomon. Sick and brain fried, but Digimon! So exciting! Oh, hi, Venus, hi! Welcome in! Everybody hydrate, the tree said so. Yay, 2 Tokomons! And let's evolve little Pabumon. I wanna know what this critter is. Let's go. Watering everyone. Yes, yes. Wait, I think I got this one in Digimon World Championships. Yeah. I don't remember what it evolved into, but I think somebody bought it. Somebody was like, can I buy that thing? And I'm like, I don't care for it. Yeah. Elastic bubbles. What demon? What a goober. Sweet. I don't think anybody else can evolve. Sorry, Digivolve. Nimble is a personality now. I can't believe people who make being nimble their personality. Hi, can I buy your pet for 6 megabyte? Oh, a message. Trees on Alphamon. Hi, trees on Farm Island have fruit you can shake off. Don't eat too much though. Let's see. Let's go check it out. Trees on Farm Island. Aid, have you ever played Digimon World Championships? Farm goods. How do I shake fruit off the trees? Yeah, leisure course. Wait, there's already something going on. They're investigating. I don't know what that means. It's a departure from the story format, but it's pretty fun. Yeah, I decided I would play that one because I didn't feel like getting into another entire RPG. That's fun. Yeah, little raising and battle simulator. Is Vegemon a bad Digivolution? Because I ended up getting like 3 normal Vegemon and 1 red Vegemon, and then also a Sukamon. Am I really bad at this game? It's okay if the answer is yes. I'll figure it out, but... we're going to Shinjuku. I don't know how to go. Map. That'll probably help. Wow! Would you look at that? Little Tomo is so cute, actually. I'm waiting for my new iPad, and I'm gonna start practicing art. Yay! Happy for you, Venus. I think the answer for Vegemon is maybe. Sukamon and Chumon are historically bad. Raremon. Oh, hey! Blue box, Arata. He's all good. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, we got a stretch. Thank you, Moslet. Oh, that's a good stretch. Oh, I needed that. Yeah, they, Arata and Nokia didn't see that I turned into blue pixels for a bit there. His shirt is like if someone inverted a V-neck. It's true. It's true. I like his fit though. I think that coat plus like the fact that he can put his hands in his pockets like that, I don't know, it's a vibe. I dig it. A chicken or a toughie? Introducing the new V-Stomach. Yeah, that sounds like maybe like a digital learning program. Like a virtual learning program where you learn about the anatomy of the tummy. It seems like something gross. Like for learning purposes, you know what I mean? Some nasty program. Preying on data.
問い合わせてみたんだが、知らぬ存ぜぬの一点張りだ。どう考えたって不自然だと思わないかな。あんなもん、運営が気づいてないはず。
Is it loud enough, friends? Or is it too loud? Or is it not loud enough?
どうにも気になるんだよな。
Nokia gets really noisy when she's talking in this game. Digimon has the steppy counting watch, or like a pedometer called the Vital Bracelet, or V Bracelet for short. So the V stomach would be like for bowel movements. Maybe it's like a tracker for health. Like it tracks what you're eating and stuff like that.
少なくとも公式のイベントや底辺ハッカーの悪
A
ふざけってんじゃ
third-rate
なさそう。
hacker with a third-rate Digimon.
ん？俺がハッカーかどうかって？まあそれはなんつうか。
True. We didn't decide to be hackers, but we suddenly are.
俺約束があったんだった。
Where's he going?
そんじゃまあ行く。
An appointment?
またそのうちな。
He's so mysterious. You gonna tell us what's going on, dude? Hello, you. Oh, you can't talk. I'm here in Shinjuku to visit a bunch of clients. But first, time for some grub. Some digi grub. Shinjuku has so many cheap, delicious eats. Whoa, bring me there, pretty please. On my way right now. I want cheap, delicious eats. Ooh, there's exclamation marks over there. Huh. I guess the light's green, huh? We can't leave this? Oh, we can run around in this crosswalk area as much as we want. Whoa, what's over here? A something-mon medal, if I had to guess. Arcadiamon. You pooped 3 times today. If you get that number up to 5, you can get a War Greymon. Oh man, it's time to eat some White Castle. I really want a War Greymon. The hacker life chose me. Oh hey, we got the same outfit on. We got the same uniform. Hello, sir.
お前こんなところで何やってるんだよ。おふくろさんとこ行ったんじゃねえの？海外。なんつう。
Overseas?
なあさくら、どこだっけ？
Oh, we're like messing because our like real body is in the hospital. There's somebody must be telling lies to cover up what's going on.
そうだね。
Gunma.
絶対ちげえよ。つうかそれ
ああ
外国じゃねえよ。
Yeah, come on, one of us needs to change.
ったく最近ずっとこの調子だよ。
Gunma.
なんか地味犬にハマったらしくてよ。
Jimmy Ken. I don't know what that
四六
is.
時中地味犬うるさかったと思ったら、こん家じゃずーっと地味犬の
Oh, Jimmy Ken is the guy, that one like celebrity guy. Yeah, the school uniform. I think it's really cute. I think the colors are great. That would be a great outfit for Cheesecake, methinks.
つうかお前だよお前。 海外
Could
行かず
I
に何やって
rip
んだ？
these models from somewhere and then apply my head to it? And wings, of course, and tail. Think that's possible? I don't know how to do any of this. I gotta go, but I'm gonna be back. Oh, okay, Venus. Okay. I could try to recreate the outfit in Vroid. I think that's theoretically possible. Probably a little easier if I try to download the textures. A special outfit for playing Digimon Story Time Stranger? Oh, Cyber Sleuth? I actually had the category set wrong when I started this dream today. I was like, we're playing Time Stranger today. I keep confusing the two. And it's Digimon World Time Stranger, isn't it? I don't know, I might be wrong.
電脳探偵？
A cyber sleuth?
なんだそりゃ
Should I be talking about this? Is this like secret?
電脳探偵なあ
Denno
い
Tante.
たかよこいつ電脳探偵になったってよおい
Jimmy
おいって
Ken.
ばサワサワ
Sama-sama. Mabo-mabo.
うわ
I see a resource of ripped models from the games, but you might get spoiled on designs of other characters. Whoa. Do I care about design spoilers? I don't think I do. But see, the issue is I would need to apply the bone structure of my model to that model so that it can be used in Warudo. Maybe I could find some sort of tutorial for this. Maybe. Cyber sleuth models aren't up there. They usually have everything. That's kind of crazy. Where'd you find that, Aid? I've been using Cyber's resource. Spriter's resource for a long time. I used to like do Pokemon sprite edits and stuff. It was really silly and fun. That's kind of how I got started with pixel art. It was great. Blarg. Oh, are you okay?
今ならいけると思った
Did he puke?
つうかお前地味犬知ってんの
Yeah, everybody's talking about that guy.
バンドだよバンド
Oh, a
なん
rock
か最近
band.
地味に売れてんだぜ何がいいんだか俺にはさっぱりわかんねえけどまあ曲はそこそこ良かったりするけどよとにかくお前が電脳探偵になって学校サボりまくってるってことは送別会したのにな俺泣いちゃったのに
A
な
farewell party.
けどこれからもお前に会えるならいっか
They had a farewell party for her and she wasn't there? I've been using Spriter's resource quite a bit lately. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. With the fellas that you do. How come when I search it isn't there? I don't know. Maybe Aid has some sort of special access. I don't know. I gotta make it sound exciting. But you know, thinking about these outfits, they'd probably be just really easy to remake in Spriter's... Not in Spriter's resource, in whatchamacallit? Vroid Studio. Like, they got stuff set up easy peasy for, school uniforms. Kind of stuff. Special access! Mm.
まあそういうこった
Is the game loud enough? Should I turn it up a little? Okay, what did we learn? I don't know if we learned anything. Let's keep exploring. My mom and my therapist did say I'm special. Yeah, and all the teachers at school. You chirping again, little bird? He seems calmer than before, though. Hello, you. Strange rumors, like manufactured digital humans escaping from our secret research facility deep below Shinjuku? Honestly, only a child would believe that stuff. Of course, I am still a child, and I do believe it. First of all, I need to find the entrance to the underground lab. So silly. What a silly boy. Not just fellas, but in an excellent reference for- Oh yeah, your tile sets, absolutely. I don't know that there's anyone else important to talk to. Oh, can't go that way. Hello. They've been doing some guerrilla filming for some monster movie around here. I even did a car chase right in the middle of town. So risky. Wow, Shinjuku's pretty small. Okay, well, let's go back to... Huh? I don't know how to leave. Hi, Tomo. Welcome to my shoulder. What? Ethereal! 41 months. 41 months. Wow! Thank you so much for your 41st month of being subscribed. Ethereal, you are epic. Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much, because you could have watched for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yay! Cheesecake does not have permission to take my bones and rig them. I'm coming for your bones. Maybe if I was a tooth fairy or a bone fairy, I'm gonna steal them. Humans are so funny without bones. I do not, however, know how to plug the file I downloaded into Blender and look at if it's real or not. Do you know what's the file format? Maybe you could go into Unity. Excuse me. Thank you, Roy. Neither? Map. Yay. PNGs and DAE files. I wonder. DAE file. Digital asset. Colada file. That sounds like a tasty drink. Digital asset exchange. A diverse range of content. Huh. Oh, it stores 3D images. Its main uses include 3D models, video game design. How to open. Photoshop, Dev Studio, SketchUp, and Blender, among others. Huh. DAE file, Unity. Unity supports DAE files, and that would be the program that I would be theoretically like rigging it, right? I don't know anything about this. Anyway, getting into the digital world with all this, I guess. Let's go back to Nakano so that we can talk to Pretty Lady. Whoever that pretty lady is. Pretty detective lady. Whoa! Look at that big robot. Hello! Whoa. Okay. Can I go in? Oh, it'd be cool if I could. What? Not that way. Back to the elevator. Ah! It was on the first floor. Ah! I went to Shinjuku!
先頃目撃された君の姿も大した騒ぎには発展しなかったようだな。その様子ならば
They didn't make a big deal, they were like shocked. Well, the one guy was shocked, the other girl was like, Jimmy-ken! Oh, hi Nikki! My cheesecakes have expired! I used your emotes so much! Ah! Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. While you're here on my channel, you can use the Better TTV emotes. Well, you're here at least. I try to provide those, make sure those are provided even for people who don't have a subscription. Walking the streets. Oh.
ところで話は変わるが、君に新しいエデンアカウントを用意した。現在君のアカウントはエデンネットワーク上で正しく認識されていない状態だ。そのため通常手続きでエデンにログイン。
How's the digital world? I'm having fun. I'm having a great time. How are you, Nikki? We're kind of just getting back into the swing of it. I did a little exploring around, but so far most of the stream has been yapping about birds or whatever. Tummy hurt and I'm being so brave. Cast tummy healing magic at you. I hope you feel better soon, Nikki.
コネクトジャンプで侵入できるとして
Invade
も
a service using a connection jump with an invalid.
そのような状態で
What are
は
we trying to invade?
今後は用意した新規アップ
I'm gonna find painkillers. Right on, Venus. I hope you also feel better soon. Let's have a sippy. Everybody have a sippy. Everyone do it. Is it snack time?
おやつなるほど私のコーヒーを期待してお預けを食らわせるようで心苦しいが仕事の時間だよ
I think it's kind of ridiculous that her her flaw is that she's really bad at making coffee. But she just gets really like
クレミ探偵事務所は
well
こちらでし
new
ょうか
person. She just gets really like creative with it, I think. I support her coffee exploration.
約束した時刻通りか
An excellent client.
ようこそクレミ探偵事務所へどうぞお入りください
Oh,
失礼
it's
し
her.
ますあなたは
おお君たちは知り合いか
いえ知り合いというほどでは
The penguin showed up. Batman, get her! Do not support her coffee creations. She will bring disaster. Is it like people that put maple syrup in coffee or something like ketchup? It's more like something like ketchup. That girl that looks like the penguin girl, the real penguin fell in love with. Right, she looks like I know the real penguin's name. He was Grape-kun. I don't remember the kimono friend penguin's name. Batman, get her! It's like people who put rat poison in coffee. The /J was on the second line, so I didn't see it at first. I'm about to put Chuman poison in coffee.
はい私が山科優子です
Yuko!
では依頼内容を伺いましょうそちら
You
の
put
ソファーへ
penguin poison in the coffee.
はい
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm glad that they're not like hitting us with a bunch of filler. Like, this seems like main story stuff. Her father disappeared.
とは
Kyoto. Hi, Tofu! Welcome in! There were giant prehistoric penguins? Really? Palaeudiptinae! Palaeudiptinae! Wow. Oh, big boy! Oh, big boy! Wait, why is it off to the left? Big boy! I would be terrified to see a penguin that size. There we go. Yeesh. I didn't know emperor penguins were that big either. The filler will come. This is still intro. Ah, I see, I see. The model importing seems doable, but the textures I do not understand as a small blender brain haver. Just press the button and your brain goes whoosh, like a blender. Yeah, I'm probably gonna just try to find a guide, because it's probably gonna be really easy to find something like how to import a game model into a VR chat avatar. And VR chat avatars are easy peasy to import into like Wardo, like VTuber models kind of thing. Big boy! Thank you for telling me about the giant prehistoric penguins. I wonder if this young woman here is descended from them.
行方不明になってしまったんです
My father disappeared. He's gone missing. It was millions of years ago the last time I saw him.
探偵さんには
Small booty brain haver.
山科誠を探し出してほしいんです
The sacrifices one makes for smarts. detective. Right.
お父様に関する情報はありますか？
Did I send you the direct link? Yeah. Send me the model's resource link. I stayed up till 1 a.m. playing Time Stranger. The plot got too twisty and I was hooked. Ooh, exciting. I hear Time Stranger, the plot is really good.
はい。父の基本的な情報はこちらに
Basic info.
データを送ります。
Her outfit is really cute. I like the ribbons around her other arm.
ですが、その中で手がかりになりそうなのは、父が使っていたアカウント情報を問い合わせると、現在もアクティブな状態なんです。
Well, maybe what happened to him is the same thing that happened to
呼び
me.
かけても応答しない。
全く反応が
I wonder what kind of relationship she had with her father.
見つけ出してください。
Please find him.
わかりました。お引き受けしましょう。
What do you think the chance that she's secretly a Digimon is? Important cheesecake is a Digimon tamer question. What would your Digivice be and how would it look? I don't know all the options out there yet. Maybe like a hair bow or something? Kind of like what this character, the main character here, has going on. But not goggles. Is maybe a hair bow. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's one of the cutest options. I feel like Digimon is going the Pokemon route and making the main device just a phone. Really?
では、すぐに調査を開始しましょう。進展があ
I
れば
think
お知らせ
Rotom
しま
phone
す。
is cute. I think Rotom Dex is really cute. Mine would be a Nokia brick phone. I love that. What about you guys? The new anime, did it real different? Oh, really? Tofu wanted to do a watch party of the new Digimon anime in the server, which I think sounds fun. But I'm planning on next week starting Madoka Magica in the server. If you guys would want to watch that with me, maybe everyone carries around eggs instead of the humans just carrying the eggs all the time. The Digimon sometimes eat them for safekeeping. Interesting. That's odd.
連絡先を教えていただ
I'm
け
sure it
ま
makes
す
a little more sense in context.
いえ、その必要はありません。しばらくしたらまた。それでは。
How
これで失礼します。
mysterious. Bye bye.
なるほどね。
なるほど。They made AI smartphones and then made them
山
egg.
科誠のアカウント情報を確認できた。結論から言えば、このアカウントは何者かに乗っ取られている可能性が高い。アカウントの動きに不自然な点が多々見受けられる。
Whoa, really?
同時に複数の山科誠がエデン
They
内に
figured
隠
out
している。
digital cloning.
最近巷を賑わしているアカウント狩りに間違いない。君にはまず現在もアクティブな山科誠のアカウントの追跡から
Sounds
始め
very
てもらう。
actionable.
アカウントの乗っ取りは往々にして組織的な犯行であることが多い。エデン
Ooh.
で聞き込み調査をすればアカウント狩りに出番だ、ワトソン君。
Watson.
エデンへ赴き聞き込み調査をしてきたまえ。
Just thinking about snacks. Not a word sinking in. That's kind of real for me, though. Wow. So many messages. Hey, what kind of music do you like? Bring your favorite song next time. Oh. I gotta reply to my little critters. I love to sing together. You're pretty free these days, right? Let's go hang out somewhere. How's your homework coming along? Jimmy Ken's giving away some merch! Oh, what do I have to register for? Okay. Back to Eden. Oh, another message. that you can shop now. Get everything you need before you leave. I wasn't able to shop before. Where do I shop? Shop. Shouldn't you be writing an essay, Ryota? Yeah, come on. Come on, buddy. Welcome. Wait, she's cute. Wait. If I just part my hair like that, you know, take it down and straighten it out a little bit. Wait a minute. That kind of looks like me. Do you manage to understand this maze of a place? I kind of stumble around until I get to where I need to be. So no, but I'm doing fine. It does help that when you go on the elevator, it tells you what's on what floor. Whoa, what's my hand doing? I think I need to turn on a light in here, but I don't want to unsettle the birds. We'll wait. I'll turn the shrimp light in my direction. There, that should help. I was already able to shop. I have plenty of HP capsules. Yeah, let's get a few more of those. Escape gate? Sure. Escape rope. This one's escape rope. This one's Pokédoll. RPGs in modern settings are fascinating. I don't play a lot of RPGs, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I know about a lot of them. But there's just so many games and so little time. I'd like to play more. But I'm also a big fantasy fan, so I'm probably more likely to play those first. However, here I am playing Digimon. They keep making them longer too. Right, but that doesn't keep the retro ones from being really long. My friend has recently picked up again Record of Agarest War. When he was younger, he printed out a 105-page guide using the school printer to the true ending and was following it step by step. I think he never finished it though. We've got an ad starting in under a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. Thank you! SP attach. Whoa! We just got, held items. Attachments, huh? Does speed bump up your, like, initiative? Game manuals had note sections for a reason. Yep. I feel like so much is lost in not having game manuals anymore. Because a lot of retro games just kind of throw you into it, and you're expected to read the manual in a lot of cases. So a lot of games now have like really hand-holdy tutorials that make restarting the game kind of a drag. You know what I mean? I did like digital manuals when those were a thing, like with 3DS games. I can afford one of these. Let's get defense attach. Let's get this for Palmon. Thank you. Cheat codes are a dying art, right? There's not really like Game Sharks anymore. It's all like mods and hacks, which I can appreciate in themselves. I do hate that I can't, using the WASD, I can't walk just straight. What's a doggy's barking about? Mods and hacks are also both good. Agreed. No. You cozy, Tofu? I think we go through the television. Noble's cozy too, yay! Hey, do you prefer Noble or Lemon? What do you think? What do you reckon? You might be in ads, actually. Eden. Go there. She did kind of just say, oh, lots of locks. She did kind of just say, go to Eden and look around. Don't worry, it'll only take a second. Pretty please, the sugar on top. I got 2 messages, right? What's the new one? I kind of hate this format. What phone is built like this? What messaging service at all? Hello, sir. Mods are good. Looks at Bethesda Creation Club squintingly. Either is fine. Some call me Lem too. Okay, rad. I'll probably keep like switching between them for no discernible reason. I'd love for more mods to exist. Wags finger at Bethesda Creation Club. You get a message, answer, then later you get a reply back. So both schoolmates replied. Oh, I see. You know what? I don't know what Bethesda Creation Club is, but all the Skyrim mods I've seen, there's some adult ones, but honestly, more power to them. They can do whatever they want with their game, as long as it's not like, you know, making fun of anybody. You know, I haven't seen any really bad ones other than ones that are just like adult. Whatever. It's your game. Do whatever you want with it. What is it? Oh, sorry, guy. Macho Man Randy Savage is all doing. Oh, account rating. I've heard that a lot lately. Delinquents. Oh, the hacker guy who was here earlier is gone. Something no matter. Hi, I'm Cowardly Women. It's terrifying. Okay. I thought these passcode things are supposed to be for when somebody can give you useful information. Okay, flashy dude. Yes, Zaxxon did that account rating. Whoa, they're just running wild lately. Zaxxon, we've heard of that. Was that the white boy who told us about that? Zaxxon? Probably someone who knows about it in Kowloon. Okay. Sweet. Skyrim mods were hugely popular and Bethesda wanted in, so they updated the game after years to add Creation Club content, which are just mods. But they pick a few special little modder nuggets to make a Bethesda certified mod, then they put a premium currency price tag on it. Right, isn't that the, like, a certain edition of the game? Like Definitive Edition? Skyrim Definitive Edition? They just put mods in it. I can do that. Oh, I rebought Skyrim Special Edition. Well, it was on sale. It might still be on sale, honestly. But, I'm excited to play it again. I have Skyrim VR, which is just Skyrim Special Edition, but VR, and you can't not... Like, you gotta buy the game twice. You know, they're trying to make you buy the game like 20 times. They reiterated a new microtransaction system. Ooh, what are they? EA? It caused compatibility issues. It's not held in high regard. Woof. Making money off something that was free is scummy. Yeah, like come on. I mean, I guess it helps the non-hackers, you know, the non-modders get into it. Ooh. The farm completed investigating. I thought that said IHOP. Let's go play Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth and go to the IHOP. We'll say hi to Pancakemon. Oh, hey! I'm Mr. Nabbit. I'm Eden's cute and clever mascot. Not a hacker this time, I don't think. So we're going to Kowloon. I still have Minecraft modding and it's still good, but I'm missing a lot of my old mods and find it annoying. They're split between multiple versions at a time and different mod loaders. Yeah, that's true. Let's go check on the farm real quick. They finished investigating, so that means that I can start some training with them, I think. Come in. Yeah, let's train. Leisure course. Take it easy, little guys. Whoa. They're so cute. They're also stinking cute. I love them. Okay, bye, Mireille. I considered modding for this game, but it was before I knew anything about it at all. So I was looking at Game Banana, and I'm like, I don't know what any of this does. I made a mod once, which does make me a modder. What did you make, Aid? What was it? Yeah, like that. Yay! I have Digimon, which makes me a hacker. Wow. Before we do anything else, let's... Can I put that equipment? Whoa. Ooh, we have a bunch. Let's put this on Palmon. Huh? Use... do I go here to do it? Equipment? How do I equipment? Huh? It'll probably teach me how to use them at some point. It's a little content mod for a game that's 18 plus coded, so I can't say. It's not so explicit that it's Twitch unsafe, but it's probably cheese unsafe. For the Digimon summary screen, right, but it doesn't, You can DM it to me, Aid, and I'll be like, wow, neat, probably. Cam USB, you should tell Cam you have that. Hey Cam, I have your USB. Status. The giant Lego? Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, there they are. Big Lego. Oh, I want to walk inside. It's not letting me. Camaraderie or compassion? Ah. Compassion. To open the game to check. Maybe there's some tutorial somewhere. Hello, sir. I'm a vigorous hacker. Getting powerful Digimon is what being a hacker is all about. What's going on with Zaxxon? Yeah, just make friends and get strong. I love that. If you knew their forum URL, you could mosey on in there alone and check them out. Whoa. Whoa, I love slug moment. Oh, to live in a big Lego house. Let go of me. Oh, sad ex-Zaxxon hacker. Why'd you leave? Yeah, I know it. It's idiot slime balls. Yeah, tell me. Yay! I could just go then, right? Let's go, little critters. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Oh, right. Little cowboy themed mod for that game. Yay! Specifically you themed mod, I love it. It's a hacker forum, be careful. Whoa, scary. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be going to a real hacker forum on stream. Oh, we're all hackers. You can tell because we're wearing sleeveless zip-ups. Sleeveless zip-up hoodies. And we stand with our hips way forward like a Gundam. I wonder what he's always off doing. Miss somebody? I don't know. IDK. Ah, great. Very useful. Why did you have the passcode above your head then? You know she's a girl hacker because she covers her arms. She's so modest. You think you can jam with the console cowboys in cyberspace? That's so silly. So silly. Zaxxon doesn't refuse anyone who shows up. If you want to join the team, just wait for him to come back. Who's him? Oh, Zaxxon? Is that a guy? Who are you? Why are you swearing at me? Why am I telling him? You can tell he's a bad dude because he's swearing. He's speaking thuggishly. Kowloon level 2. Oh, okay. Quick, tell the hackers your home address. Yeah, right? Hi, Mirai just told me to talk to you more, so I'm gonna do just that. Ah! Let's talk more, little creature. The undisputed kings of hacking. Okay, oh, this is a thingamajig. A thingy-mabobber, Mojamon. So broody. I wonder if we'll be able to meet Zaxxon. He's saying bad words and he didn't even stub his toe, right? Come on. Save the cheese and crackers for when it's real important. Say, when they were testing the port of this game to PC, did they not think about how using keyboard you have to zigzag everywhere? Zaxxon is in fact real-life actor Zac Efron? Oh man. It's just gonna be like a PNG of his face. Yay! Destroy the babies! I mean... Oh, I love Wanyaman. I love Wanyaman. Oh, so little guy. I can use a controller, but I don't feel like it. Yay. Everyone gets level up. Except Bukomon. That's okay. I'm not really bothered by it. I just think it's ridiculous. Is he a dog? Is he a cat? Yes, I think it's a cat. Wait. No, Wan Wan is like bark bark, but Nya is kitty cat noise. Is meow. Let me in! Little pig, little pig. Yukimi Botaman. Whoosh. He's barked meow meow man. So cute! Let's go to the Digilab. I want to see my, little guy with big teeth. Who's been talking to me. Are they done cooking? The Wikimon entry does say it's a small pet data, so both cat and dog. Let's see. Can anyone evolve yet? I understand we did have one single battle. Oh, come on. What? We could do this guy. Oh, but I want this one! I want this one! Cam is 10% required. I don't know what that means. We do have 2 of these. 2 Tokobans. But I don't know if this CAM level will... Cam enhancing USB? Oh, but I don't know how to use it. Wow, Nyaroman. I had one of these in Digimon World Championship, and it turned into Rainamon. Which I think is this one. Yeah. Let's do it, let's do it. Item and then select the guy? That's fair. I'll try that. USB-A or USB-C? Wait, that's not Rainamon. Oh, look how cute though! Look how cute! Oh, so pretty! Saint Knuckle. Who's Saint Knuckle? So cute! Lunamon! Oh! They're going on the party ASAP! Bunny coated, you're right! Banoy. Banoy. Motiman, what do you got going on? Oh. Gotsumon. Whatever this is. Is this one at, max level? No? Moon Rabbit. I love hearing you. Oh, what? Compliment jump scare. Thank you, Nikki. You're cute. What the heck? What the stink? What? No. Yeah, there we go. This one. This second one kind of looks like the cooler version of this one. But this one looks great. We'll let that guy cook a little more. We'll digivolve this one. So cute. Oh, the orange one is Patamon. Oh, a birdie. Falcomon. Looks more like an owl than a falcon. Ninja Blade. Wow, the ones in the farms level up so fast. Can I... Does one of them have to be in my party? Oh, load. Wait. Move Digimon. I love Wanyamon. Okay. Let's put these ones in the farm. Swap for Pokemon. Koromon is cute. Load Digimon is eating Digimon. Digimon eating Digimon. I see. Future Foodmon. What, I'm being pragmatic. A bird is a potential food. It's like an owl. What do you mean? Maybe if it was like a chicken, I'd understand. Hi, Saito, welcome in. Okay, let's see. Let me figure out how to use an item. Cam USB. Oh, I don't know how to do it. That's... How do you use an item? You wouldn't download an owl dinner. No way, no siree. And booty dinner. Bro is not a falcon. Bro is an owl. Let me Google this. No more looking at giant penguins. I was wrong about Cam USB, really? Come on, story, cyber sleuth, how to use item. You equip equipment. Oh, training 1 or 2 levels don't have any? The fact that you needed to Google how to do something as simple as giving equipment to Digimon is my main gripe with this game. Well, Reddit's being Reddit, I guess. I guess, they just don't have slots for it. Equipping is the steps I sent earlier, but they do need slots. Oh, what did you say? Oh, Digimon settings, select the Digimon, select the slot, select the item. Okay, so they just don't have slots. That's fine. Oh, I like my party already. But let me swap a couple out. Swap Bukamon for... Oh, I can't do Lunamon. Wait, can I do Lunamon? Which one do I ditch? Kokomon. Bring in Lunamon. Yay! Yeah, I only have so much party memory. Lunamon! And then I can... Getting rid of Tomomon! No! Tokomon has no hands. No hands to hold. There we go, we'll do that. What a silly cutie. What a silly little plant cutie. Crescent leaf. Oh, it's so cute. Ooh, wait! Lunamon has equipment slots. They're rookie. Does Palmon have it? Palmon has equipment slots too! Okay. No. Select the equipment. Digimon settings? Settings? Oh! There we go. Equipment. There we go. We found it. Yay! I want to put... So what does Cam do? Combo! Oh, I see. Red's confusion? Okay, let's put Cam USB. Accessories? Look at that! King Agumon. It has no hand to hold. Looks at all the human Pokemon. You heard the genes, you don't have a hand. Palmon and Lunamon, yeah, they have hand to hold item. We don't have accessories though, that's kind of sad. Saint Knuckle. Let's give you the defense attach. Physical attack, 65 light damage to one foe. Wow. Ugh, they're so cute. Is there gonna be a point in the game where all of my pain cosmetics, oh, is that what they are? You get 1 or 2 accessories when playing the game, the rest is online battle shop. Oh. No, that's like, online battles. For doing online battles, you get currency, is my guess. Ugh. The early game's a little rough with inventory space. Sticking to just 3 Digimon is sometimes better. Should be fine. Reddit is really, like, helpful for information. I scram. Why? Like, I know. Okay. He didn't have to try to explain himself. Online battles are not safe for casual play. It'd be nice if they, like, based the matchups on Wanyamon! Hi, Wanyaman. Based the matchups on, like, how far you are in the game. Kowloon belongs to the hackers now. Just a tip, really quick. Keep a bunch of different types of Digimon with you, otherwise you could end up in a bad way. Whoa. Oh. Wanyamans. They're so stinking cute. I cannot believe it. Literally so adorable. The little fella's following you around, right? And I love that Pokemon games are starting to like allow you to have your Pokemon follow you around. Yay! Oh, it's that little black one. I had that one in World Championship, and then it evolved and disappeared. Which was really sad because it was my starter, and I named it after my cat. No warning, no explanation. It's just like, you have too much space, so Ray left. Dang. Relationship between the types and attributes? Second most important. What's the most important? Okay, mysterious. Fine, keep your secrets. I'm going this way. Right? Just left. Why are you walking around like a trainer battle? Oh man, what does it do? Oh yeah, your Digimon won't take orders, I think. Me. Do I naturally have the confusion state all the time? More Wanyaman. Whoosh. Ah, we have an ad starting shortly. Thank you guys for sticking around through the ad. Cute Lunamon. Cute, cute. Whoa. There's no, like, rare shiny Digimon, is there? Wanyaman. That defense +5 doing work? Really? I wasn't paying attention, honestly. Can I make more yet? Oh, I would have to visit the whatchamacallit. The Digilab. Yum! How's my HP doing? Oh my guys. Oh, they are just fine. Time Stranger has rare encounters if there's no cosmetically different special Digimon in the same way. Huh. That's fine. It doesn't need to be exactly the same as Pokemon, of course. Oh, the little pink plant thing. Lunamon took a big hit, but it didn't look like much. Especially with them being level 1, that was a really good call. Yeah. But it's like a promoted level 1, so I think we're good. Like, I'm fully understanding promoted Digimon to not be weak like Lunamon. Oh, it can heal now. I'm fully like understanding Lunamon to be one of my stronger ones because it's rookie class. Hello, I like your little plant. Whoa, halt, hold, cease, and also desist. Let me borrow a hot second. I don't have any, I only have cold ones. Beyond a normal scale of awesomeness, okay? I'll hunt you down and I'll catch ya. Hey look, Zaxxon mask. Wait, I don't have a Zaxxon mask. Or something. Oh, I guess I do. Where did I get that? I only have cold minutes, it's true. Revival capsule, very good. Sounds great to me. Oh. I hope you're doing good, Tantalus. What is this guy? Goblimon. He's just a funny goblin. He's got Sonic the Hedgehog eyes. Whoosh. He's kind of a toughie. He hit my Wanyamon. Yay! What's that medal? Oh, it's the moon. It's like a side profile of a crescent moon. I see. Jumping around streams during breaks in the workday. Yay! That sounds fun. That sounds like a fun way to get through the workday. I'm sure Chi-Chi's stream. Oh, Chi-Chi rated out. Too wonky. You never see Sonic eyes in much else, right? Where they like connect in the middle. An interesting choice stylistically, but somehow it works. This way? No. Good zippy. Why is this square glowing? Ah, for atmospheric effect. Whoa, what a maze! There's a noise that kind of sounds like a mechanical whir, but at the same time, it also kind of sounds like a cat purring. Now you can hardly hear it. What? Tadpoles! Oh, they're so silly! Oh, they're so silly! Otamaman. I've been hearing a purr too, yeah! Oh wait. Wow, I wasn't able to just one-shot them. Wanyamon could get this one. I think when we get to Lunamon, they should do some healing. Heal Palmon, yay! Much better. Now get that tadpole! Named of course after the automaton! That purr you're hearing is actually my cat really happy that I'm about to pay attention to it. Wow, I can hear it all the way across the ocean. And through the fairy portal. I'm glad me and Chi-Chi are able to help you out, Tantalus. If I ever start a streamer group, I'm totally inviting Chi-Chi. Totally inviting her. I think us being good friends at this point, and also having pretty similar content, I think honestly just makes sense. Just makes sense. I loved it, Chi-Chi. Whoa! Think little bird. Lunamon? Do some healing, Lunamon. Yeah. I know this little bird from the anime. This little bird's in the anime somewhere. Yeah, focus that little one down quick. Lots of anime digis, yeah! Booty digis. I started watching a little bit of Digimon Ghost Game at Fang's recommendation. Anti-poison. Anti-poison. I wish I liked Ghost Game more than I did. I watched the first 2 episodes. I thought they were fun, like, Monster of the Week type, you know, show where you don't have to pay too much attention to it. Like, you can take it lightly. What? I'll rip outsiders' idea to put the sex in their territory. I'll rip those outsiders apart if they set foot in Zaxxon territory. I'll rip outsiders in they foot in Zaxxon territory. That's horrible. Why did you include this in your game? Hello, I have this. I'll be glad to beat you down. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. He's speaking Torontonian. Oh no, I'm not familiar enough with the Toronto stereotypes in order to know what that means. Is that Vinny Vine sauce? Hackers are meant to be free. Whatever. Okay, man. I see. There's a path that I missed. A path in which there's an item that I missed. Wait then. Wow. Hacker gatekeeping, right? Anti-poison. Did Luna poison that little pink thing? Luna man? You guys scoop man. Ah, little green duck. I wonder what I would look like as a Digimon. Whoosh. Smack the crap out of that bird. Is that my Digimon talking after a battle? Is that what's going on? Here, I have a Zaxxon mask. I think that's you? Really? But it sounded like a different voice when I did, when it was Lunamon. Look at the way it runs. Oh. We gotta draw a Cheekigamon. Oh! Critical hit did barely anything. There hasn't been any hard fights yet. None. None whatsoever. Whoosh. Isn't Lilymon a thing? I guess the mix with that and Puppetmon. Puppetmon. I don't know Puppetmon. Oh! What a neat little dude! That looks like Gino. What is that? Kiwimon? Are you telling me that's not Palmon? Wait. Aruramon? Is it because it's got a purple flower? It's different? Aruramon? Is it? Are you a dog? There's more Mons with guns. Puppetmon is the Digimon who has a gun? There's a ton. Episode 2 of Ghost Game. Auroramon Borealis. Episode 2 of Digimon Ghost Game, the Mummymon had a gun and was just like wildly firing in this place that had a bunch of people in it. The old games changed some of the colors for some Digimon. Those recolors have their own existence. Interesting. I mean, I could kind of see a Lilymon, Puppetmon blend being kind of Cheesecakemon. But I want to be like a little critter. Is there going to be a point in the game where all my best Digimon are going to be like it's just gonna be like a big monster or like a beautiful woman is gonna be my options for strong Digimon. Hello. I would kill for a break. Looks like there's a Digilab right up there. Whoa. A lot of them have guns, but Puppetmon in the anime is like, hello toddler, let's play a game, it's called Russian Roulette. Oh man. Do I get one of those birds yet? Do a big attack! Wind Claw! Smile Fang. Do it. Wow. Good job, Wanyamon. That's a strange voice for Wanyamon to have, I think. That's a cat. That's just a cat. Biomon, yay! Bio! Is it supposed to be like Pio? Like, the onomatopoeia for chirping? If you don't have any support skills, things are gonna end in tears. There's all sorts of stuff. Almost every Digimon has at least one. Yeah, I think I know how to use them. Wait. Oh! It's different than skills. These are abilities. Looking like a plush bunny, but made of plastic with doll joints and flying with fairy wings, of course. Yeah, I could see myself being like Morphomon recolor. Yeah, maybe my Digimon Sona is just like a Morphomon redesign. For a long time, my Pokemon Sona was like a slightly different Audino. It was like sky blue instead of pink, and with sort of puffy popcorn-shaped ears instead of the sloping ones like they are. Cheesecake-mon, yeah! I wouldn't be surprised if there's already a Cheesecake-mon. Okay. I see. Pretty good. Thank you, clever hacker. You've taught me something. Yes, go Digilab. Let's convert. Yay, another Wanyamon. More. More Yokomon. We have a wedding mon who's like a wedding cake, but I don't think we have cheesecake. I'll be cheesecake mon then. I'll do it. Yay, Biomon. Vaccine type. That still throws me off. Prevents instant death. Wow. Kinda rad. Oh, I love them. I love them. Let's see if we can do any Digivolving. You? We can do one Digivolve. I don't know what that is. Array! Roses! Hi, Roses! Welcome in, friend. How are you doing? We're just managing our Digimons. We've made a couple new ones, but look at look at how cute! Look at how cute my Digimon are! We have Lunamon. It's so shiny. Wanyamon, which it's hard for it to not be my favorite. Throwing Potamon at me in DMs? Okay, I'll look in just a moment. Palmon. Cutie patootie. How's it going, Roses? How was your stream? What did you do today? Did you make art? Let me see what Aid sent me. Potamon! Oh! just a little potato guy. A second raid? Wow, hi Leo. Crawlers upon ye. Welcome in, Leo and Crawlers and Roses and your friends. It's so lovely to have you all today. Played some games, and yes, I did arts. Do you have any art to share, Roses? Does Leo have any art to share? For everybody who came in, hi. I'm Crystal Cheesecake. You can call me Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am, air pronouns. I like to do art. We've been doing a lot of games on stream lately, but I promise I do art. I do art. We like character art and painting and pixel art. When we play games, typically we do indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. I realize this is none of them, unless you count a game from 2015 as being retro. But yeah, it's lovely to meet you if you're new here. I would love for you to introduce yourself. I already introduced myself. But yes, Roses, I think you two both have sharing permissions. Let me go turn on the light in here for just a moment while you guys get your links ready, okay? See you shortly. Just a moment, just a moment. I'm back! Hello, Harry Fox 101. Welcome in. It's lovely to meet you. Yeah, prevents instant death. I imagine that's like you have a really weak Digimon that gets one shot or something like that. This game is like ridiculously easy so far, though. Like the hard part is getting used to the controls and stuff. What? We have messages. Is it true that there's human food that looks like clouds? Cotton candy. Sunomon is at max level. Whoa. Yeah, let's see, let's see. Rose is rated in first, so let's look at hers. Whoa, this is so pretty. Wait, I love the colors. Is that the lesbian flag? Is this whole thing lesbian flag colored? That's so pretty. Wow. We've got 2 people who just rated in who are amazing at rendering. Look at that. The hair is beautiful. I love the shinies you put in. I love how like strandy the hair looks. Your color choices are always so like soft and pretty. I love your art, Roses. Every time I see more, I'm like, yay! That wasn't intentional, but yeah, it's canon now. Sweet. I mean, you see it too, right? It's the same color scheme. And the background, super cute. I love the pose too. I love it. Very beautiful. Thank you again for rating in, Roses. Let's see what Leo made. Wow, 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 wow. A portrait of Shamey. So pretty. Right, I remember when you were working on this before. This is like one of your first times actually giving one of your like characters of this species like the big shark tails. Oh man, I love the pattern that you've picked for this, for the mesh on the shirt. Oh, the muscles look incredible. Wow, wow, wow. Isn't that beautiful? Leo is so good at rendering. Yeah. The mesh pattern here and the patterns that you've got on the tail and the... Is this a fin? Does this count as hair? Might it be considered a fin? Yeah, all the details are looking absolutely amazing. And you said this is still a work in progress? Mostly working on the tattoos this time? It's looking fantastic so far. I call it hair. That's fair, that's fair. This is when I decided to retcon them and her brother to have tails. Yeah. So cool, so cool. We've got some cool space in the background, a neat crystal illuminating the place. Oh, I got a raid and run. Right on, Roses. Well, thank you so much for stopping in. Have a beautiful day. Let me shout you out too. I met Roses a little while ago. She is absolutely lovely. I gotta make it to her stream more often, that's for sure. Hit the little heart at the top of chat to give her a big thank you for raiding in today. Yeah, once that's done in a bit, we'll shout out Leo too. Let me do a small shout out for Leo. Wait, I have this. Leo. There we go. The Twitch and the Blue Sky. Let me also, because I know Leo has, the tattoos can change. They're like semi-permanent hair dye. Oh, rad. I love that. Kind of like a henna situation. Leo is also open for commissions, I believe. So let me grab the, ooh, where are ya? Does Linktree have it? Ko-fi link. Yay! Go snoop around for commissions, send them a message. Yippee! I got an icon commission from them a little while ago, and I love it. It's so stinking cute. Let's go ahead and hop back into Digimon though. If you also have to raid and run, Leo, feel free to do so. We'll be here. We'll be here. I want to see if there's any converting or digivolving to be done. We did all the converting we can, I think. The farm island is all patched now. I kind of want these guys to be continuing to level up. Whoa, we can do Digivolutions now. For these two. Oh, we can take Tokomon into Falcomon, but I don't wanna. There's a CAM. I keep forgetting what that does. But we'll see where that goes. Bukamon. What? We can evolve this into. Should I do Syakomon? Let's do this. Yay! Little gray slug dragon. Become silly little pearl guy. Bah! It's so silly. I took the PC goal off because one of my in-state streamer friends is giving me his old PC. Let's go! That's so exciting, Leo! I'm happy for you! Happy for you! In Syako mode. Black Pearl Blast. It's rookie level. Gabumon! Goblinmon! Oh, Gabumon! Gabumon, little guy, let's do it. What a funny horn. Yay! Gabumon acquired. Funny little dinosaur furry thing. Right. How do you raise Cam? I sure have no idea. Let's go ahead and... Whoops, wrong menu. Move. I would rather have... Digibank, there we go. These guys leveling up in here than all of these guys I don't care about. That we got from DLC. Yeah. There we go. Okay, back to it. Back to exploring. Do I want to swap out any of my team? Not really. I like these three in my team, and I like those two in the reserve. So we'll chill. We'll chill with what we got. Oh, little goober. Lalaman. Oh, what a cutie patootie. Blocked. Yay. We got an HP attachment. I wonder what the support skills on my guys are. Digimon organize. 10% chance of poisoning target when attacking. Increases ace accuracy and evasion by 1. Okay. Increases damage from water and light skills by 10. Okay, do the reserve ones still contribute? I have no idea. Anyway, let's go. Whoa. What's this situation? Why is this guy got like a little kid voice? Mask. What? Tomo's at the treat tray again. Here, let me have a sippy. We've got an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ads. See you afterwards. A newbie? I don't even remember where I got this mask. Genuinely. Yakusoku da yo. Hmm?
ほら、あそこ見てみ。あれがメフィストさんだよ。
What?
乗っ取ったアカウントはあの人が直接買い取ってくれるんだよ。
Huh? And then does what?
おう、もう行っちゃうのかい？
He's crazy. Be careful. He's gonna get up in my face and go. Whoa, 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 whoa.
早くよこせ。
What?
あ、
Hmm.
早く。
Are you good, dude? He's obsessed with accounts. I got ba ba ba. Ba 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 wow. Is he gonna turn into a dog?
メフィストさんに何したの？
Are you rolling?
持ってきてないだと。
What?
お、落ち着いてくださいよ。メフィストさんさん。ほら、新顔が怯えてますから。
Wow. Who- Big freaking dragon. It's named Digimon. Wow, wow, wow. Volcanapalm? What is this guy called? Can I poison him? Oh, that's Lunamon. Let's heal Wanyamon real quick. Come on, can poison it, right? 10% chance? Oh, I'll take it. Cute. Let's do wind damage. I don't know how good wind damage is. What? Against this guy. I still don't know its name. I should have checked. Oof, Lunamon took a ton of damage there, actually. Heal yourself? It's nice that we've got skill, or healing, right? Will this do more? Wait, I keep forgetting to check its name. Growlmon. Oh, cool. He's like, rar. Poison it. Say no. Zippy. And well, Lunamon does Saint Knuckle attack. Let's have a stretch. Ooh. I don't think that did very much. Oh, big stretch. After we're done with this fight, by the way, I think we'll take a breaky break. Hi, Cygnus. Oh my god, I just realized it's you. Welcome in. Wanyamon, do a normal attack. Hi. How's it going, friend? Poison, poison, poison. Seeds treat for Tomo? Ooh, you know, he's calm right now, and I think I want to save the seeds treats for when he's not calm. So I'm gonna go ahead and refund that for you and turn off that redeem. The beast must feast. Seeds treat for Tomo was really fun. Well, like for the Tomothon and stuff. But because feeding him treats has become strategic, that's changing, I think. But there you go, you got your points back. Okay. Does seeds treat when angry not incentivize Angie, or do birds not learn like dogs do? See, he's not angry. He's more like, just like, hyperactive? I have people coming over tomorrow, so I must clean. Maybe it does incentivize it, but it fixes the issue. I'm gonna make a vet appointment and talk to the vet about it. Lunamon. I don't think the Saint Knuckle did much. Let's see how T-Ring Shot does. Whoa. Whoosh! Ooh, 148. That's pretty good. Lunamon was a great one to bring for this one, I think. 35. Enjoy your lurk, Cygnus. Poison. Poison. It's so cute how it says say no. Get him. Yeah, more T-Ring Shot. T-Ring or tearing? Because if it's like water, then I'm thinking tears, right? One of those games where random encounters are a resource drain and the bosses are the actual threat, as you might be able to tell. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Wow, Palmon's running out of SP. Are we? Let's have Wanyamon do a SP capsule on Palmon. Yay! Woo! Yay! I love that. More damage. Hey, poison it. Poison that guy. Whoa. This is the first, like, slightly challenging fight we've had all game, and I think that's beautiful. Oh, that's a big hit. Heal up, buddy. Pretty good. Booty drain. Whoa, that's a big HP. 250? That's a lot. I guess that's... Wait, we have 32 of these. We're fine. Yeah, I have a ton. Poison. Okay, water. Water the big guy. Must save for the final boss. It's true, it's true. Lunamon has a lot of SP. Just like in general. Ow? Poison. No poison. Heal. Yourself. That wasn't very much. Oof. Monument. Heal Kalman. We almost got it. Attack. Cross combo. Yay! We did it! Let's go! We're such gamers! We're such wonderful gamers! Yay! We've done it! I got a memory up. What is that? Wump! Oh, he passed out. Mephisto-san? San? Why does this guy get 2 honorifics?
なるほど。無事で何よりだ
Gee,
よ。
Mephisto-san, son. How come Mom let you have 2 honorifics?
デジモンをコレクションする人間がいるんだ。その逆もまたしかりか。人間のアカウント情報をコレクションするデジモンがいても
Digimon with
何
human
も不思議はないのか
collections?
もしれない。しかし、そのメフィストさんとやら、
The username is Mephisto-san, and the full username is San added. Maybe.
刺
Interesting.
激していたはずのデジモンに精神データを完全
You
に
got
乗っ
subbed
取
with
ら
that
れていたんだ。
removed. Yeah, I feel like that would be confusing for users who don't like understand honorifics. Users? Players.
現実世界における影響を確認しておきたかったところだが、今回の調査とは無関。デジモンが集めていたアカウントは撃破によって解放された。山科誠のアカウントね。ご苦労だった。
Where did you learn
事
that?
務所主従の関係はいつでも逆転の波乱含みかそう思わないかワトソン君。
Watson. I'm Watson. Wow, 1000 Clip Studio Paints.
山科誠のアカウントが解放されたおかげでアカウント情報をサルベージすることができる。
Man, the music in this room was great. I like when this artist gets funky.
現住所もすでに確認済みだ。その過程で入手した家族構成を調
Family
べてみた。
data
依頼
about
人
his daughter?
山科優子とここにある娘の情報
Very
が
clearly not the
明
same
らかに
daughter.
食い違っている。やはりと言うべきか、あまりにも浅はかと言うべきか。
You think she may have like changed her name or dyed her hair or something? I don't know what details you're seeing, but
ん？君にはまだわからないのかい？とにかく山科誠の現住所へ。
Okay, be dodgy about it, that's fine.
一体何が出てくる？
I feel like we've done what we needed for the client already. And now we're just being nosy.
はい、どちら様ですか？
こんにちは。 こちらは山科さんのご自宅で間違いないですか？
そうですが、あなた方はい
え、実は人を探していまして。失礼ですが、あなたのお名前を伺っても？
私は山科誠だが。
Makoto. Is that what Yuko? Was that her name? The girl. Is that what she said?
では、山科誠さん。
Is that what she said his name is?
この近くで行方不明者が出たらしい。
行方不明になった人物？
そうですか。ご家族の方にも。
あいにくだが、妻も娘も外出して。
娘さんは今どこに？
パパ、どうしたの？
Woman's voice? That was a little baby's voice. Papa.
ああ、帰ってきたか。ちょうどよかった。お前。これが娘のチカです。
Chica? Like from Chica. What is it called? That anime that I really like. Chica, you know, the pink hair girl. She's got the little black bow on her hair. I have 5 nights to remember. A different reference? Oh. Pink girl with a black bow in her hair. It's from an anime. I knew a Chica. Anime pink hair Chica. Kaguya-sama Love is War. Chikorita? Isn't she cute? She's great. Different Chica though. This one looks more generic.
何ですか？
こちらが山科さんの娘さん。
いや、チカ一人だが。
You don't know that one? Kaguya-sama Love is War is a great anime. It's like a kind of a slice of life romance, but it's really interesting and fun. I don't like slice of life very much, and I don't always like romance. Like Horimiya kind of bored me, but Kaguya-sama Love is War is like just dramatic enough. I love it. It's made by the same author that did the Idol one, the newer Idol one. Oshinoko.
あなたたち、一体何なの？
それがこの近くで行方不明になった人がいるらしいんだ。
行方不明？
No.
知らない。
Right on the new Ranma episodes. Yeah, Kaguya-sama Love is War is fantastic.
だそうです。
I took way too long to watch it, honestly.
力になれなくて。
It was way too long after it came out that I watched it. It was only like a couple years ago that I watched it.
いえ、ご協力感謝します。おかげで必要な情報を手に入れることができました。ところで、山科さん、お気づきでしたか？
エデン。
しかしご安心を。すでにアカウントは取り返してあります。
He kind of seems like, what are you talking about? I have no idea what that is. He seems kind of distressed about it.
山科。
帰ってください。
ん？
いいから早く帰って。行方不明者のことなんか知らない。
Why are they freaking out?
行こう、パパ。
強引に追い返されてしまったな。その分、得られた情報は
Yeah.
大きかったようだ。山科
Some
誠の
some
本当の
valuable
娘は
info.
この山科千佳となると、あの依頼人は山科誠の娘を語った理由について大しだが、依頼人が山科誠の何を探りたいのか、大いに興味をそそられるところだ。
Does Kyoko know that we saw the penguin girl at the hospital? Have we told her that?
そしてまあそれは置いておく。依頼人はまた事務所を訪れる。
Guffy.
さあ事務所へ。
Normal coffee. Oh, we don't get a coffee bit. That's okay.
来たか。予想していたよりずいぶん早い。どうぞソファーへ。調査は終了しました。結果を報告しましょう。
Part of me feels like we're not supposed to give her information for like privacy reasons.
アカウント狩りにはザクソンというハッカーチームがか。
But I feel like we're not really operating in the law anyway.
山科誠は行方不明でも何でもなく普通に生活しています。では今回の調査は
Was it a different Makoto Yamashina?
よろしいか
A different guy? Could that be the same girl, but this is like the digital avatar version or something? Like there was some kind of split, like my character had?
はい、問題ありません。
Isn't there a problem? Whoa, my foot fell asleep. Bye! Wow! Oh, hello!
いつでもどうぞ。次はぜひ本名でいらしてください。上白優子さん。
Yuko. What are you doing, Tomo Bird? He's standing on my phone. Okay, we saved the game. Let's take a little BRB. A little BRB real quick. We've been live for 2.5 hours after all. Let's do some words on stream. Does that sound good? While we're gone? Does Tomo perhaps want to chew on the pop socket of my phone? He's been wanting to do that lately. I don't know why. But who am I not to oblige my little bird? A little chewing on plastic. I do it enough myself. We take a moment to open this. And we can play fun little words game. Fun little words game! I do love fun little words game. Get our timer set up, wait for it to connect. There we go. The game is beginning. Huh? It never connected. Oh! Wait. I disconnected it. I don't know if it'll work now. Oh, it works. Okay, yeah, we're all good. Alright, I'll be 10 minutes. I'll be right back afterward. Enjoy the words game while I'm gone. Enjoy, chilling out. Enjoying the, Digimon World 1 music. Check out my panels if you want. Get up and stretch. I'll be back shortly. See you, Shoop. Hello! What? Excuse me. Hi. I had a tasty burrito. A couple weeks ago, a week or so ago, I did a bunch of meal prepping and I made like 12 burritos. And it was honestly, oh, hello Tomo. It was honestly really stressful. But I was happy to have 12 burritos to eat as I please over the next, Tomo, this is what I was eating. You want some? 12 burritos to consume as I please over the next week or so. And it was great. So I've just had my last one. I finished them off. That's what I was eating, Tomo. You want it? No. You see? It's edible. It's food. You don't want it? It's tortilla. You don't want tortilla, Tomo bird? Yum. There you go. Don't drop it though. Here, let me put it here. There you go. That's a good bird. What? We don't need to do any more words. No more words. We're finished with words. Let's fight now. How was you guys' break? Was it good? Good break time? I'm unmuted, right? Okay, yeah. Just making sure. Back to the Digimon, huh? I'm having such a fun time with this game. Oh, I'm already saved. Let's do it again just in case. The classic save again just in case. Okay, back in we go. I haven't picked up any cases lately. Yeah, there hasn't been any. Oh, we got a bunch of messages. Let's see. Can just training really wait. What is that awful creature? Got it. Quiz time? Ah, which Digimon usually has a holy ring attached to their tail? I don't know. I'm used to like having such an easy time with these for like Pokemon. Do we have any Digimon fans in chat? Togemon, let me... It's Googling time. Togemon, oh no, that's the cactus guy. Growlmon, I don't think I remember it having a ring on its tail. Nope. What's the third option? Gatomon. That looks like Gatomon, but it doesn't have a ring on its tail. Or at least I don't see one. Wait. This one does. Okay, so sometimes it has a ring attached to its tail. What? No! Whoops. Too much training is bad for you. They're max level Digimon in the farm. Okay, then let's do some, let's take on some quests first. That's a bunch of cases. Search wanted hacker. A game, a bug, and an imperiled job. Are the 1-star ones just like fetch quests? Hi, Frog! Oh, hi, Frog and Max. You guys came in during the break. It's lovely to see you both. Hi! There are lots of bad hackers in this world. The poor Digimon, don't you think it's time for just desserts? Are we going to be destroying hackers? My phone game was released, but there's a really huge bug in it! Is it Wormmon? What? You can only do one at a time? Your new case for Mirai. Okay. Then we'll talk to Mirai. Do I have any more cosmetics? Nope. That's fine. No. I just barely succeeded? What are you talking about? I haven't received any information as the assistant at this detective agency. What information? Just do nothing. Okay. Well, let's talk to Mirai. We can only take on one side quest at a time. Hello! Hello, pretty lady! What? No. Talk to the pretty lady. Hi, Tomo Bird. He destroyed that little piece of tortilla. Yes, I did take up your case. Yes, we've been to Kowloon. Filled with hackers who view Digimon as little more than mere tools to do their bidding. Is she a Digimon? I feel like she's secretly a Digimon. Or she could be. She's so mysterious, you know, that she could be. Okay, so we're killing people. You want me to kill people, Mirai? Yes, Tomo? Yeah, you're so cute. You're such a cutie bird. And Scritchies? Not every hacker might be so bad. Get Tomo some Scritchies. Some Scritchies for the bird. Aw, what a sweetie. There are indeed bad eggs out there. Ones that abuse their Digimon and make them suffer terribly. Okay. Let's find some mean beans. That's a good birdie. You're a good boy. An especially malevolent hacker. Okay, you could have just made this the objective instead of just beating up some hackers. Okay. That seems pretty straightforward. We go to Kowloon and run around until we find a really mean guy. Tell me something you like. I like some great. I love having decisions. Okay, Digibank. We can't convert. Aw. We have to get to 14 for most of these. I have no idea what they could be, honestly. I could look them up. If I accidentally pick Vegemon, I'm gonna freak. We can Digivolve Wanyamon! Which one looks the fluffiest and cutest? This one looks kinda cute. SP, intelligence, attack and speed. That one looks fluffy. Let's do this one. It looks the fluffiest. Egg! Fluffy, what are you? What is it? Whoa! Ryudamon! Oh, it's not fluffy, but that's okay. Look at this guy. Whoa! Funny little samurai lizard. I dig it. Katana attack. Where's your katana? I miss Wanyamon. Oh, exceeded party memory. Let's put away... Yokomon? Digivolve. Can we Digivolve Koromon yet? Oh, we can! We can do Agumon. Or these guys. Oh, a little Lego dragon looking thing? What about you? Let's do that. What a cutie patootie. What? Gilmon. Wait, that kind of looks like Growlmon. Does this go into Growlmon, or am I applying logic to Digimon in a way that inappropriately? It looks like exactly like Growlmon. I would be crazy to think that this doesn't turn into Growlmon. Oh yeah, it does. It's the boy! It do, it looks like it. Aw, Tomo's grooming my hair. Yokomon. It turns into Biyomon, or this thing. Wait, I think I recognize this, silhouette. I may have seen this guy before. Elecmon! Wait, it's cute! Man. There we go. Elecmon. Thundercloud. Cloud. It's the other boy! I do like this boy. It's a cool boy. Bunny adjacent. Yeah, it's still kind of like monsterish. Electric little guy. I like that he's red and purple. I think that's fun. Whoa, I can turn him into Sukamon. I don't want to. Icky guy. I mean cat? It's kind of cat-like. It's got very tall ears for a cat though. Digimon logic. Yeah, how did this plant turn into that? Anything possible? Whoa, Wanyamon. This other Wanyamon. I was curious about this one. But I'm like, I already have Lunamon, which is very, like, SP based. I don't know, it seems like a caster. So I want a bruiser of some sorts. Is this a bruiser of some sorts? But the casters end up being so cute. Oh! Wait! I love it. I love it. Oh, it's just a little guy. This looks like a Neopet. And I am so here for it. I'm so very here for it. I think I'll put this one on my team. If I can. Ah, where are you? Dorumon. Yeah, can I do that? Yeah, that makes sense. Let me put away Ryudamon. Elecmon instead? Wait, let's evolve that Tokomon. Wait, we can't bring it into this one though. I don't know how to bring up Cam. Okay. I keep reading Elecman. The black cat one evolves into Wanyamon. Oh! The little black, like the little tiny one. What's he doing? What's little bird doing? You gonna go into chirping mode? Oh boy. Let me Google Digimon story Cyber Sleuth. How to, yeah, do that. Oh, it goes up by 1% every battle. So I need to actually bring it into battles in order to do that? Then we shall put Tokomon in our party. In exchange for Elecmon. Yeah. You see, all of the ones on my team need to be cute. This is necessary. Let's move them into the farm island. Okay. Oh, more messages. There's probably gonna become Vmon. What? That was a preset answer. That wasn't even one of the options. Okay. Switch Tokomon for Dorumon. There we go. They don't give you real information to how to do things to obtain something. That and a farm-specific enemy to obtain a specific weapon available only against the specific enemy. Yeah, that kind of thing. I don't imagine this game will have much of that, though. I hear this game's pretty easy. Hello! The back entrance is so cold. It's a little better here, at least. Okay. Sure. We're leaving. We're going into the digital world, in fact. Into Kowloon level 2. Yeah! Can I do this yet? Whoops, wrong button. Wall crack 1. Function call. High security. Uses encounters. Code scan. Encrypted data. Can't do that. Oh, we can't get past there yet. That's fine though. That's why Mom said not to sit too close to the TV. You get whooshed inside. RPG is love, RPG is life and all, but sometimes I'm like, so I need to fight this enemy to obtain this object and it's random? Yeah. Oh, there was an area of Kowloon level 2 that I didn't get to. An item that I missed. More Wanyamons. Oh, I love Wanyamon so much. It's so stinking cute. You think Dorumon can one-shot one of these guys? Wanyamon B. Wow, strong Dorumon. Is that Dorumon's voice? Did Tokomon's CAM go up? Or does it need to be in the party? 3%? We'll check again later, I guess, to see if that happens. Dorumon. Oh, he can hold an equipment. Yay! Dinosaur, yay! What a cute guy! Oh, they're all so cute. Ugh, I mean, they're not all cute, but everyone in my party is very cute. Reduces defense penetrating damage. Sure. I don't know what that means, but that sounds good. Wanyamon has a bunch of evolutions, but I know they change how they work from game to game. Yeah. I wish for more evolutions to Wanyamon that look like Wanyamon. Fuzzy little blue critter. Just a fuzzy little blue critter. Poison. I don't know where Lunamon is getting these poison attacks. Missed? Hey, clumsy guy. Yeah, go, go, go. Yay! What a cutie patootie. Whoa, we can get another Wanyamon. Okay, now let's see if the little pink thing, Tokomon, has No, the CAM hasn't increased. So let's go ahead and replace Lunamon. Well, excuse me. That should be fine. Hello. Hello, funny little baby. Oh, I need to talk to that guy. No, I can get it from over there. You have an exclamation mark, bud? Wow, this is the hacker that Mirai mentioned. You'll know him when you see him. He's got an exclamation mark over his head. You want me to stop misusing my Digimon and give up hacking? How about no, Rio? What good's a tool if you don't use it? Take it easy, man. You looked it up? What's up? Is there one evolutions that are as cute as Wanyamon? Whoa, look at those funny guys. Whoa! Don't punch my baby! How did Dorumon take more damage from that than Tokomon did? Heavy strike. Always hits. Do it, little baby. Yeah! 4 evolutions. I think you already got Ryudamon, but there's 2 more. Hurumon. Are the other ones fuzzy and cute, or would I not care as much about them? That one. Demi darts. Whoa. Hey, that was mean. Buddymon. Just attack. Normal attack. Get him! Yay! My little critters are so good. I bet you Palmon can... Oh! My purple guy, Dorumon, learned a Vulcanate Bomb. What that big guy was using. Shut up already! Leave me alone! You can tell I'm a bad guy because of how much I swear! He's repented. Pokemon would never. They're both cute. Yay! Oh, hi, Tomo. He's joined me on my shoulder. There was a path that I didn't go last time. Whoa. So I'm gonna go this time. Biyomon. Biyo. Yokomon. Nice. Yay! More level up. Yeah, Palmon I think hit max level. Yeah, this way, this way. This one. You. Attack, attach E. Should I put that on Dorumon? I know I could name my Digimon, but like... I want to learn the Digimon's names. You know what I mean? Whoa. Dorumon has 5 evolutions. Gaomon and Kudamon have 6, and Ryudamon has 3. Whoa! There's so stinking many. And it makes a lot of sense once you know that it comes from like a Tamagotchi type evolution branches. Auto mode? Oh, there we go. Is saying their names okay? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not too concerned about spoilers. I'm here now after my hashtag nap, and I have a cat purring on me. How sweet! What, max level? There we we go. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about, like, spoiling the, honestly anything except for, like, plot points that are supposed to have emotional impact. I'm typically fine with spoilers, besides that. I started doing auto battle. This is great. Yay! Good. I'm kind of same actually. Yeah. I totally get when other people. Oh, let's take a sippy. Thank you, Isaac. Isaac! Hi, friend. How's it going? I totally understand other people being more like having different preferences for not wanting to be spoiled, that kind of thing. But oh my back. Yeah, as long as no like emotional impact is ruined for me, like there's a couple things that happen in Transformers Beast Wars that I'd be like, you can't tell people that. That episode hits so much better if you don't know that that thing happens, you know? And you know, many such cases. But yeah. I'm tired after all the chaos that happened around me today. So glad to have my cat. I'm glad you're able to wind down. I'm glad you had a nice nap. Lurking currently, making cookies currently. Ooh, cookies! What kind of cookies? See Tokomon's. Ah, cam percent is 7. Okay, we just need a few more battles before it'll be ready. Oh, a goblin. Strawberry jam and not the thumbprint? Huh? Oh, like thumbprint cookie. Right, I remember you talking about that. You're making strawberry jam sugar cookies. But like the jam is mixed in with the dough? That sounds good to me. Whoa! Pokemon got hands. Or teeth, I guess. Yeah, I didn't, you know, I wouldn't think that those would be called thumbprint cookies. You look at the oven now. Yeah, I bet you your house smells scrumptious. Your house smells amazing. Okay, let's see. Digilab. We can't, I don't think we can evolve Tokomon yet. Oh, hi Mirai. I did the thing. Excuse me. She's so stinking pretty. I like why is she Orpal? My sense of smell isn't great and the smell isn't that strong. Digimon have so many branches and cross evolutions, but it makes things hard to remember. That's true, I don't mind though. I'm having a lot of fun, like, exploring. Well, I didn't see what she said. What if I go here? Something about fate? And my character was like, hey look, it's me! It's still loading. Isn't that crazy? What are they gonna do? Now point! Do it! Yeah! I love recursive stream. What? I thought I could, back up the stream. Anyway, that's fine. It's all good. I guess, I missed it. Something about destiny or whatever. Fate. You should take that as a compliment. Yay! I like mimicking the faces that the characters make. A hacker blacklist. It's more like a hit list, right? Do so post haste. I have too many quests right now. But they are fun. I want to do all of them. Report back to the detective agency. First, more Wanyaman. More Wanyaman. Yes. Let's digi do this. Who are we doing? HP and intelligence? I like the sound of that. I don't want to do the wrong one because this is like my partner. Should I look it up? I'm gonna look it up. I want the cutest one. Palmon, Time Stranger, Digivolutions. Does this have it? There's snow on the page. Vegemon. I don't like Vegemon because I'm haunted by this creature in Digimon World Championships. I don't like it. Anyway. Mojamon. Woodmon. Kurisari. Oh, Kurisarimon. Platinum Sukamon? What the heck? I don't like Sukamon either. No. I don't want it. Kurisarimon is really cool. Woodmon. Big guy. Mojamon, this guy's funny. I don't know which one I want. The cookies actually need more time. The kitchen smells more like hamburgers because that was also being made. Digivolution Planner. Succeeding. What if I do Kurisarimon? Dragomon. Oh, I've seen this guy before. Weird looking, but I love it. I could theoretically do that. Mamemon. What is this? Strange. Weird looking dude. Oh, there's so many. There's so many Digimon. Piximon! Oh, Mistymon. I can have a Piximon. Oh, so little. I remember Aid showing me Piximon a long time ago. Cute. What is that? Whoa, cool. I'm not doing I don't want to do Vegemon. Excuse me. Ooh. Pretty lady. Wow, pretty lady. Ophanimon. Whoa. Pretty lady. That looks like Celesteela. What does Mistymon turn into? Chaos Gallantmon, Medieval Gallantmon. Whoa, that's really cool. I like that actually. The legendary hero of Witchelney, the digital world of another dimension. Huh. I like Piximon, and I like these ones, but... I just like cute little guys. Oh, look at this dude! Cheesemon. Love all these humanoid designs and then just Piximon, right? But isn't it so silly? It's like a weird little monkey critter. Weird little monkey fairy critter. Kind of like Plesiomon. What does Woodmon turn into? Cherrymon. Taomon? Whoa. That looks like Rainamon. Pumpkinmon? I thought that said silly. Oh, are these based on the personalities? Garbagemon? What a little freak! Cherrymon, friendly. Oh, that one turns into Puppetmon, which turns into, or it could turn into Rosemon or Rosemon BM? Rose-like features, with the appearance of a lovely woman. A lovely woman. Whoa, I like that. Burst mode. Ah, with burst digivolution. It's Puppetmon. Oh, what a funny guy. There's so many options. Burst mode, yeah. Personality changes when they Digievolve? Maybe. Or maybe it has some other application that I'm not I don't know. This is the first one I've seen that would be able to, burst mode, I guess. Gran Kawagamon. Ooh, what is this creature? I'm so big, I needed 4 wings. Pumpkinmon. Oh, Pumpkinmon also turns into Rosemon. Lotusmon. Cute. Oh, it's got fishnets. Oh, so little. So little. Gee, I feel like this is a big decision. Whoa, what's that? Whoa, cool vampire hunter. A Dragon Man Digimon. Fortified with firearm contraptions. I feel like that's every stereotype about Digimon all at once. A Dragon Man Digimon covered in guns. Vincent Valentine-mon, right? Omnimon. Omnimon's art. Whoa. Sakuyamon. Oh, pretty. Are you good, dude? Do you need to talk to somebody? Have you seen a therapist in a while? It feels like such a big choice right now. Oh, Lilymon! Oh, there's a couple ways I could get to Rosemon or Pumpkinmon. Ceresmon? Whoa. Big bird. Lady with bountiful assets. And big feet. Big bird feet. Okay. It's such a big choice. Do I go Togemon? Cause we get to go to Lilymon if we do Togemon. And Lilymon's so cute. Look at the cutie patootie. And Lilymon goes into Rosemon or this cool bird. Well, like, what makes it so different from Pokemon is that you can't necessarily digivolve straight into something that's aesthetically similar. The anime Palmon route? Because none of... Mojimon, Vegemon, Togemon, Woodmon, Kurisarimon, Platinum Sukamon, these aren't necessarily aesthetically similar. Ugh, I'm gonna rule out, even though, like, we get Magna Kidmon or whatever this cool Omnimon, all this is, I'm gonna rule out Platinum Sukamon because I do not want Sukamon. I do not care for it. Whoa, what is this one? Lilithmon. Distinct from Lilymon. Tyrant Kabuterimon. Ooh. Wow. That's just a person. You know, a lot of these are just people. I think it's fine. Cherubimon. Whoa. That's kind of cool. It's a bunny. Oh, there's a good one. Oh! So cute! I can't get that from Palmon though, I don't think. Ebimon. Lilithmon is not just a person, they have one big gold hand. Whoa. I'm kinda frozen for choice here. I feel like maybe I want to go into Togemon. Cause I'm really intrigued by this Rosemon BM. Rosemon burst mode. Like, wow, this one can do something extra cool. Is this like Mega Evolution or something? Look up Shortmon. Oh, I've seen this one. It evolves into the, like, wedding cake one. Digivolves, I mean. What a cutie patootie. I like that it's kind of horse-like, too. Is this an Uma Musume? It's got the ears and a tail, like a horse tail. Since it lists types and the screens look like that, are you looking at the Time Stranger list for Palmon Evos? Yes, I am. And I'm not sure which one to pick. What is that one that I have selected right now? Like how Digimon does eyes? Yeah, there's a lot of really cool, like, eyes. Burst mode is kind of like Mega Evolution. Whoa. This is for Time Stranger! No wonder I can't find the one that I have, like, hovered over right now. Games. Digimon Story, Cyber Sleuth. Is it gonna be the same as Hacker's Memory? Digivolution Planner. Palmon. Palmon. That'd be Sunflowermon! Oh, what a cutie! Oh, what a cutie! Okay. Mud Frigimon. Just a little mud bear. Okay. Oh, it's different. Oh, this one can still go into Rosemon, though. Altmon? That's Frankenstein. Whoa, Puppetmon or Apocalypmon? Whoa. Yeah, that looks dangerous. Oh, Lilymon. Different from Lilymon. Oh, it's got bell bottoms. I'm going like purely off design here. Oh, we also get burst mode. Angel Woman. Whoa. Whoa, this looks like a kitschy dragon statue. I'll say for Rosemon BM, Cyber Sleuth's special evos are often very grindy. Apocalypmon famously wants the pizza but only gets the crusts. What are you talking about? What does that mean? Lilymon. Okawamon. Oh man, I have no idea. Dianamon? Ooh. Bunny? Question mark? A deity Digimon and member of the Olympos 12, who presides over water and ice. Oh, it's a reference to the Digimon Adventure dub. Hello.
Ultimate evil, complete with hot and cold running water.
What on earth is that thing?
Answer me this!
Ugh.
Why do all of you get the pizza while I get the crust?
I can't take all these metaphors!
Why do you get all the pizza when I only get the crust?
I will rule the world and plunge it into darkness so that I don't have to be alone anymore in my misery. Wait a minute, what am I laughing at? I'm supposed to be depressed.
Our crests and tabs! He broke them all! They won't be able to digivolve without them.
I hope you learned your lesson. Always save your receipts. The warranty was probably still good on those things.
Ah, poor kids. 4Kids dubs, huh? That must have been a 4Kids dub, right? How come you all get all the pizza when I only get the crust? It is really silly. Should I shoot for Dianamon? This is the one that's like got me scratching my head the most. Let's see, we would have to go Mud Frigimon to Meteormon and up to Dianamon. I guarantee that's not the original. 4Kids dubs definitely get like that sometimes. Meteormon. Ugh. I don't care for it, honestly. Oh, I hate you, Vegemon. What a goober. Even if it's a fan dub, I choose to believe it's truth and that's what matters. Oh, it is a fan dub? Minervamon. Whoa, what a silly! What a silly! He's got his tongue sticking out there. I love jelly donuts. Can wield a sword as large as its body with ease. I kind of love Minervamon. What a goofy. You truly don't know if it's a fan dub. I honestly wouldn't put it past 4Kids to say something like that. Oh, but I would have to go Vegemon. Vegemon, Digitamamon. And then into Minervamon. That's kind of cool, right? I like Dianamon too. Okay, I have 2 choices so far. Was there anything I wanted from Sunflowermon? Because that's my favorite of the next evolutions. Magdadramon is cool. It's kind of like wall-eyed from the front, though. Not that I, you know, should judge. But it seems like Sunflowermon is the way to go if I want a bunch of pretty ladies. And I also don't know that I want, what is this one? A bunch of grinding to do. Ugh, freaky guy. Diaboromon. I looked it up, it's the official English dub. Let's go. Ugh. I do not want that one. Ew, 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 ew. 10% chance of instantly killing the target when attacking? Hold on a second. Oh, hi, Star Skulls. Welcome in. Yeah, we're trying to decide how to evolve my Palmon, because I don't know. There you go. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I want from here. Like, Puppetmon is neat, but I don't know if I need that. I don't know if I want it. Mega Gargomon. So silly. Yeah, no Kuwagamon. Woodmon. Oh, I could get to Dianamon through Woodmon. Or Mudfrigimon. Right? Mudfrigimon is cuter. But going through Woodmon, then into Taumon, then into Dianamon. Taumon's cuter. Gotta love Digivolution lines. Should look if any has a negate defense. Ooh. These are the 2 that I like so far. Minervamon and Dianamon. This one's like a cool moon bunny with a big, like, 4-sided scythe. See that? That's pretty cool. Some moves negate defense completely. Wow. Moon Queen! So pretty! But Minervamon is so silly and cute. What? Back to 100. There we go. So silly and cute. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll real quick. Shall we go? New poll. Which one do we wanna make Palmon eventually? Dianamon or Minervamon? Oh, spelled correctly. And you guys can put your points into this. 100 per extra vote. 5-minute poll. Let's see. Minervamon or Dianamon? What do you think? They have Lunamon? Lunamon is rookie. Sadly not in this game. Lunamon. Oh, I have Lunamon. Yeah, little baby. Little baby. Oh, does Lunamon eventually go into Dianamon? Whoa, lots of votes for Dianamon already. Only no, I have it on my team. Or Minervamon, the silly, the certified silly. The complete version might have bonus Digimon from, oh, yeah, that's what I'm using is the complete version. Dianamon's also a moon rabbit, so maybe? Let's see. A raid? Damsel! Welcome in, Damsel! Hi! You caught us in the middle of a poll. We're trying to figure out where we're taking our Palmon, into Minervamon or Dianamon. Welcome in! How you guys doing today? How was your stream, Damsel? I had you... your tab pulled up, so let me close that real quick. How are you guys doing, Sword Lady? Okay, but Dianamon has a 4-sided scythe. Or like a 2-sided crescent scythe? I don't know. Big Sword Lady is also really great. I simply can't decide. But we've got with us here, Staff Himmel, welcome in, Inkspot, hello. Isaac came in with the raid too. Trans Wizards, welcome in. Hi! How was your stream? You were playing Town to City, right? Did more Town to City, right. Let me shout you out. Damsel Heart. Everybody, follow Damsel Heart. She is my platonic internet wife, and she draws beautiful, beautiful princesses and very cool-looking, pretty men. And her Town to City streams are so cozy and beautiful to lurk in. And she's fantastic. She's so silly and fun, too. Follow her. If for nothing else, and to give her a big thanks for raiding in. If you got a raid and run, feel free to do so. Get you some snack, get you a nap, whatever you gotta do after stream. But if you want to hang out here, you're absolutely welcome. For those who are new here, hi, I'm Crystal Cheesecake. You can call me Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am, error pronouns. I like to do art. We like character art. We like some painting. We like some pixel art here and there. When we play games, we like indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. I realize this game is an exception. But that's fine. Who's counting? Yeah. If you're new here, feel free to introduce yourself. We love making new friends. And if you want to help me decide which one I should turn my Palmon into, then cast your vote. Cast your vote at the top of the chat. Doing some pixel work right now. Ooh, tile sets for your latest game. That's exciting stuff. I would love for you to throw it in my Discord server when it's done. Yum yum. Or, you know, your work in progress, all that. More votes for Dianamon. Honestly, if we could just take our Lunamon into Dianamon, then that would be ideal, so that we can have both. I voted Silly Noodle, but Dianamon is sweeping. We don't have any votes on Minervamon. Let me vote on Minervamon. Silly Noodle. I might end up ignoring that if I end up turning Lunamon into Dianamon. Pathfinder, Digivolution Tree. We want Lunamon. Wow, it goes into Sistermon Seal. I've heard of this one. It got... Wait, Lunamon doesn't go... Wait. Oh yeah, Lunamon does go into Dianamon. Bunny! 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 Whoa, skinny bunny. Okay, the votes have been cast. And it says Dianamon, but if I don't find something else that I really want Lunamon to be, it's this one, wait! I might take Lunamon into that one. Kirpymon? What a cutie patootie. Sangloopmon? It's the vampire werewolf. Do you want to grind for a really OP pretty lady? Not necessarily. I'm probably not gonna get into the, like, the whatchamacallums. Like, the competitive, anything like that. Kirpymon is also possible in Lunamon's tree? Yeah, that's where I'm looking, is Lunamon's tree, actually. That's... Oh, its head looks like Aerodactyl from the side. Crescimon. Whoa. Okay. I think we'll go ahead and take Palmon into Dianamon, so that we can take Lunamon later into Kirpymon. No Mastamon? Ah. Okay, how do we get there? I closed the tab. Oops, wrong button. Evolves from... What? Which one was it? Taumon, Woodmon from Palmon. Okay, so we're going into Woodmon. Woodmon, Taumon, then Dianamon. Okay, we've decided. Also, there's an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging on through the ad. Just close some more tabs. I've got a bunch of tabs open. Potamon, little potato guy. I don't think that's in this game. Sad. Potatoes underappreciated. Okay, we're going into Woodmon. Hello! Took us long enough to decide. That was like 20 minutes, a half hour maybe? Yay! It's not really cute, but that's okay. 10% chance of confusing target when attacking. I like that. Whoa, another raid? Oh my goodness, there's been so many lovely raids. Wait, this is Falzarin and Beanie. Hey, how come Beanie and Damsel... Oh no, you guys are raiding into an ad. Well, I'll see you guys after the ad. How come Beanie and Damsel both decided to stream at the same time I stream? I can't watch you guys like that. That's okay, me and Beanie will be hanging out tomorrow. Hi! Welcome in, everyone! We have the lovely Falzarin. Hello, Rin. Welcome in! We have Green Bean Supreme, my bestie. We have Mushi. Hello, Mushi. Fonzie Ghost, welcome in. Toy Girly, hello. Yeah, tomorrow, Beanie and I are playing Fire Emblem together over on their channel. I'm so excited! How was your stream, Rin? Let me shout you out. You guys are on the tail end of me taking a long time to decide what to digivolve my Palmon into. So that's fun. I think this was the thing that I was gonna do next. That's fine, we can worry about that later. Tokomon! We can't do that yet. That's okay. We can grind just a little bit to get Tokomon able to go into Patamon. Dorumon. That's good. Okay. I got the cool fish people. Say Fonzie's full name. Don't be disrespectful. Oh, frick. Fonzie Ghost is here. Whoa. Whoa. Well, we're chilling right now. Hey, do any of my, these guys be able to digivolve? Press. No, I don't think most of these. Yokomon. What? We can have mushroom. Wait, that's Wormmon! Whoa! Mushy! Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much because you're gonna watch for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yay! Oh! I muted the game to watch a clip earlier. It's all better now. Wow, oh my goodness, a hype train's coming. Rin is subscribed too. Thank you, Rin. We're gonna do it again. It's happening again. Happy birthday for subscribing to me. You are an orange. You got your sub for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yay! Wow, if we get a hype train going, we can all get free hype emotes. Well, I guess they're not free, but you can all get hype emotes from Twitch. It only takes 1 sub or gift sub, prime subs count, or 100 bits, and you get a Twitch hype emote. Wormmon is a cutie. I love Wormmon. So I think mayhaps, if possible, I'll personally train Yokomon. What does Yokomon look like? Oh, it's that little guy. Wormmon is really cute. Yay! Ethereal starting the hype train, kicking off the hype train. That's so fun! Welcome back from ads, by the way, everybody. I know that it stopped a little while ago, but yay! Okay. Motimon, what are you? Oh, you're that one. Let's do this one. Funny little guy. It kind of looks like Ma from Made in Abyss. Wormmon can evolve into Stingmon, which I love. Oh, Solarmon. Shiny ring. Fun. So much fun. Does Falcomon get one yet? Nope. Yay! Rin has granted me 100 pretty gems. Thank you so much, Rin. Wormmon's not only cute, but it's great. You get a free attribute mon that will help with some later hacker skills levels. Ooh. That sounds really fun. Okay. For now, I'm gonna grind just a little bit to get Chocomon some whatchamacallit? Cam, some CAM. Woodmon is so big. Hello, Woodmon. Because I want Patamon. I think Patamon is so cute. Dorumon too? Yeah! Dorumon is cute. I love Wanyamon. So stinking cute. Wanyamon is adorable. Wanyamon might be like my favorite new one that I've learned about. But I also have Lunamon in my reserve team. Wanyamon! I love you, Wanyamon. Here, let's do this. Auto battle. We're almost to the next level of the hype train. So exciting! Okay. We can get another Yokomon. Completely unrelated to Dorumon is Dorurumon. Yay! Thank you, Mushi, for the pretty gems. So beautiful. And they're silly unicorns. We love that. Thank you, Mushi. A kitty that turns into a dog. I mean, it's Wanya. Wan is like the onomatopoeia for a dog barking. And nya is the onomatopoeia for a cat. So it's like Wanya. It's a dog and a cat. Of course, yay! Little dog and cat critter, but literally, Wanyamon's so cute. It's so cute. I can't even handle how cute it is. And I think Dorumon is unacceptably cute. Digivolution for it. Let's see how Tokomon's doing. Hello, Lunamon. 10%! Okay, so we can digivolve it into Patamon now. Yay! The dog is a cat, so a hyena? Maybe a little bit. It's just a funny little blue tabby looking thing. Oh, Dorurumon. Whoa. Cool guy. Cool dude. Is it like... Is this dog okay? It's like pierced through with some sort of metal fixture. Are you okay, puppy? Do you need to go see the vet? Oh, the X-Words doggo? Drill knees? It's got drill knees. That can't be practical. But it is cool. You got better. Ah, okay. I got better? I love Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Weird hip vent? Oh my god, you're right. Why'd you decide to make that biological? I love it. Funny drill dog. Okay. Patamon time. Yay! Oh, Beanie, I just realized that we have something to do like just about immediately. Wait. No, Chi-Chi made plans. Never mind. I don't want to wait until next week to play more. Right, that's... Yeah, I didn't see. Look, it's Patamon! What? It's Patamon! What? Is that like a little gray spot on the top of its head? It's not like... It's not like a zipper. That's not like a zipper, is it? What a funny little hamster. Yeah, I didn't see. Okay, I can keep playing. I was about to be like, I gotta go for now, guys. But no, we can keep playing. Potato guy. Does this turn into Potamon? Zipper, where you see like the, like, I see like a weird seam in front of its face. Are you guys seeing that too? And there's a gray spot on its like head. Here, can I? You see that? Might be a model rendering issue, maybe. Wow, your link broke. Hold on, let me copy it all. Oh, baby. Oh, Patamon is so cute. So baby. Patamon doesn't usually look like that. Weird. Huh. Okay. What do you turn into? Oh, 500 pretty gems. Thank you, Rin! Thank you! Wow. We're almost to my, bits goal. That's so beautiful of you. I appreciate it, Rin. Patamon evolves into a man or a horse. Or a cat, it looks like. Or... teeth? You see this thing with the teeth right here? Yay, more pretty gems! You guys are spoiling me. You're spoiling me so hard. A ginger man of all things. I mean, Patamon itself is a ginger, so it's okay. Oh, Birdramon. So fun. So many choices. Yeah, I don't even know, like, most of what I'm deciding to do here. Oh wait, wasn't there someone else I wanted to... Yeah, I think we're gonna swap Patamon over for... Not another Wanyamon. For... This Yokomon? I think? Oh, no. Come back. just like sitting in a big pile of gems and jewels. The hardest part of Digimon is building a team. Imagine me sitting a big pile of gems and jewels. That's what I'm doing. Oh right, Wormmon was what we wanted. Worm. Okay, so we're just gonna have this little guy in our party for a bit. Enjoy your lurk. Yeah, thank you guys for getting me to that goal. That's so cool of you. So cool, so cool. Okay. Oh, what a sweet team I have right now. I love them. I love them very much. Okay. There are too many cool Digimon you want to have on the team. So little time, right? I think there was an item I got. Memory up. Increases the party memory maximum by 5. Yay! So that should help me have more. I could have Patamon and Yokomon, I think. He thinks. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yes. Memory up, silly craving for those a lot, yeah. Put you on the farm island. Beautiful. Okay, everything is as I wanted, I think. Off I go. I still don't understand the, like, the power triangle. Like, the power, like, type effectiveness and stuff like that yet. Wait, was that a logout spot? Yeah, I got a memory up when I fought, like, a big boss. Big boss critter. Now it's more side quests. Welcome to 4 hours of stream also, by the way. Log out. Okay. Well, wait, I can do Wallcraft level 2 now. Exciting. Okay, we could beat up more criminals. Hello, I did a quest. Why is it so cold inside Broadway? Is there something wrong with the AC? Okay. Yay! Okay. I got a message. I got the message. Training's no fun. Take me outside already. Yeah, you can do it. I'm not gonna. Okay, let's more. Mysterious digital face. Urgent case from Mirai. Urgent. What was this? Gave a bug in an Imperial job. I'm kind of curious about this because it says there's a really huge bug in it. That means like an actual bug, right? All my Digimon knowledge is through osmosis. I never played them. Yeah, virus beats data. Data beats vaccine. Vaccine beats virus. Yeah. It's gonna take some getting used to, though. Mysterious digital face? Is that like the side story to Amazing Digital Circus? A personal case. Help me with the Matayoshi case without being noticed. Okay, that seems like a main quest. I want to do side quests. To look for something precious that I dropped at Kowloon level 1. Okay, I can't take both of these? That's fine, I'll get some, Okay. In, like, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, you can do that. Freeze, neutral, oh, right. Yeah, I'll get some more, grinding done. Who is this little Tokomon? Hello. Hi, Detective. I'm so glad you came. I dropped my precious thing somewhere, and that's not good at all. Is that a Toho reference? Tokomon dropped the precious thing. Yep, that's where we are. What gets a bit more hard to remember is the elements. Yeah. It's true. I I still don't have the Pokemon type chart memorized. I don't mind though. Wait, I think I could have made a new critter somewhere. That's okay. We can do that later. What? A thing. Oh, we found it. I'm cool with that. Not even having to do a single fight. Quickly done. Quickly done. Just like that. Even if I have to zigzag walk. Pokemon. Yay, you found it. Okay. Back to the detective agency. Ready for a lot of fetch quests, but some of the side missions have really good stories. Yeah, I have Woodmon! Yay! Tokomon medal. Yeah, we're trying to take Tokomon into Dianamon. No, Woodmon. It was Palmon. Hawkmon, who isn't actually a hawk. And is rather a bird of sorts. Or an owl. Wait! This Hawkmon is a hawk. He also lost a precious thing. I hope it's right by the entrance like last time. Falcomon is the one that's an owl? Oh! Still strange to name an owl Falcomon. Didn't you name it Owlmon? Wouldn't that simply make more sense? Oh boy, I hope it's right here. Nope, not this time. We're not so lucky this time. Come on. Babies, we can take care of babies. Easy peasy. Lunamon's so cute. Owlmon already existed before Falcomon was created. Oh, I see. Anime booty. Any precious things? Yep, there it is. It's an egg digivolution, but I don't recall for who. We can almost make more of those guys. Yay! Yeah, once Wormmon has, what is it, 10 cam? No. 0% cam, right, we need Yokomon like in the party in order to do that. That's fine. They could have still changed the name a different way considering there are 10 Agumon out there. Is there really? Yeah, they gotta work for it. One day you'll be a beautiful worm. One of these days. That reminds me of an old clip. I was playing Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire. Hello, here's your thing. Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire. I caught a Bagon. I said, one day you're gonna be the strongest airplane ever. It's one of my like real early clips. How nostalgic. One day you're gonna be a worm. Worm's cake. I've got the emote. And then Kyoko will be like, good job doing fetch quests. You're so good at fetch quests. Thank you, Jack. Worm. You got it. You get it. I want to squash this bug. Wait, but this is urgent. Developer know-how. SP capsule. Bank expansion drive. That sounds great. I'm gonna do that. Agumon, Agumon 06, Black Agumon, Yuki Agumon, Hakase Agumon, Nisei Hakase Agumon, and Toy Agumon. Well, Game Company employee. Goodbye. A teenager showed up. I thought I asked for a detective. An error always pops up and the screen freezes. I'm not a programmer, man. Toy Agumon is so kidcore. Oh, I've seen this little guy. I could have evolved into this guy. But I decided not to. I was like, oh, a little Lego dragon. They could have called them Wild Owlmon, Were Owlmon, whatever. Yeah. Little Owlmon. I don't know. Yeah, let me hop into your cell phone. Don't get scared. I wish it would, like, show me physically jumping into their cell phone. I think that'd be great. I like the little steps I'm leaving behind. It's kind of neat. Little babies! I want to acquire these little babies. Gimme. Poor Palmon went from having a cute little voice. Went from having a cute little voice to... The thing about Pokemon is that they're usually pretty aesthetically similar between level ups, or between evolutions, you know? They change so much. So very much, between Digivolutions. Topaz! You mind if I steal some gems from your game? Terriermon! Ooh, Terriermon! Ooh, Terriermon! Ooh, baby! Little baby! And a little gray Terriermon? Oh, little baby! I like that Yokomon's just like, I'm here! I'm not doing anything, but I'm here! They usually give 2-word names for further evolutions. I think the only rookie with such a name are special Digimon. Oh. Cool. Hello, Poyomon. Yeah. I failed again. This boss is way too strong. Did I mess up the game? But I can't stop playing it! Oh, little baby. Oh, they're making us fight the little baby. Poyomon's like, why Ayana? Sorry. I'm gonna smack ya. I gotta smack ya. That's just how it is. I'm surprised it hasn't been destroyed already. This is a really strong Poyomon. What the heck? Oh, yay. And we let the auto battle do its job. Yokomon's starting to look a little rough. Oh. Damage up. Yeah, get him. Kablam. Let's change out Yokomon for Lunamon. No. Okay, there we go. Shoot. suddenly reminded me of for a moment was what? Out of SP already? That's crazy. Pokemon Coliseum. Just all the great animations and stuff. What? I can't poison anymore? That's fine. It's confused. We'll go back into auto mode. Heal up combo. Okay, go Lunamon. Falcomon's a weird case. They had a design before that was more like a Falcon. Then they redesigned it for sabers for some reason. Huh. I had a full team of babies with me in this quest thinking Poyomon would be easy, and it was just filler, and not know Poyomon would have big stats. I think I almost wiped. Oh man. Whoa. Chain attack. Good. Hi, Tomo. Oh, the double Poyo. Hi, Presmap. How's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, we're destroying this big scary Poyomon. It certainly surprised me, but you know, I've got my team on, so unlike Aid, I'm prepared for this. Tomo Bird's chewing on the buttons on my shirt, but I'm okay with that, honestly. As long as he's not chewing on my headphones. Again. Yay! Doraemon, Lunamon, Hetamon. Oh, I learned Sonic Void. Get another Poyomon. Overpowered baby, truly. I lost the battle. Well, I guess Poyomon has been training in this game. Can I chew on your headphones? Only if you buy me new ones. We have an ad starting shortly. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. I'll see you after. I'll meet the boss as soon as they fix that bug. Did you talk to the employee? Tell him I said thanks for the amazing game. That's so sweet. Hooray! Yeah, we did it. We completed it. What? It kicks me out of the dungeon? But I kind of wanted to grind in there for Terriermons and the little black one. Little black kitty looking one. If you worked here, you'd be fired? Oh. He didn't realize I jumped into his phone. You'll be able to access them later? Okay. Hootie! Yay! What's up? I'm gonna get strong enough to help you! You're not a falcon. And I'm sure there'll be other places to get a Terriermon and that little black blobby one. Okay, back here we go. This way. Back home. Hey, whiteboard, I did it! I was hoping that there would be a really huge bug in the game. Oh, I'm a starter cyber sleuth. I got a bank expansion drive. Yay! What do you say I pour you a cup of coffee? What does bank expansion drive do? Does it let me expand the bank? Oh, I can't use it, it just exists? Yay! Say, what do these do, the metals? Is something you want to grind for scans for? Make sure you do it well there. You can easily just do encounter and run away and it'll still scan the data. That's true, that's true. How much longer do you think you'll stream? Honestly, I'm having a great time. I don't feel like stopping anytime soon. Developer know-how. 10 more hours! hours. I don't necessarily have other plans tonight. Unless I do. Unless you and Beanie have plans for me to hang out with you guys for some reason tonight. Yeah, we'll do this. Let's teach these hackers, these malicious hackers, a delicious lesson. And Tomo's being chill, so... yeah. I have no issue. I want to steal the bean? Yeah, I mean, go for it. That's your bean. Those medals are to sell later. A guy collects and buys them from you. Oh. Hello, Mirai. I need you to kill people. These three are always together. With these greater numbers comes greater trouble for people in Digimon alike. Pretty standard hacker fare, but we can't ignore that this is a group of them. Left unchecked, they could very well grow. Oh, itchy nose. Itchy nose. Nip it in the bud. Carolyn level 1. Sounds good to me. Let's check. Convert? Yes. More Poyomon. Yay! More Yokomon. Yay! There's so much Digivolving to do. All the time. We can do a Digivolution. I don't remember which one was the one I'm gonna do. One of these goes back to Lekismon. Yeah, there we go. Lunamon into Lekismon. Into Lekismon, into Cressimon, into Kirpymon. So that's indeed the third one. What do we need in order to get to Lekismon? Lekismon. Just another level. We can do that, no problem. We'll probably be ready for it really soon. Doromon! I might go off vibes. That looks like a pile of poop, so I'm not gonna do that one. Yokomon, are you ready yet? Nope, not ready for Worm. Of course, Woodmon isn't ready. Patamon? Not yet. Lots of choices, though. Okay. Oh, is there anybody on the farm? Falcomon. Digivolve. I just want to collect everyone. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Whoa! Ostrich. OMG! What a cool ostrich! Let's see. Biomon can't do anything yet. Gabumon can turn into this eggy thing. We won't. Syakomon can't do anything yet. Gilmon, nope. Elikamon, nope. Yudamon, no. Solarmon, no. Wanyamon, nope, nobody. Okay. Do a big dance, Moochie? A big dance? Yeah, let's scram. No, let me check on the Digi farm. 1 more minute of training? Wow, I really checked it just the right time, huh? Wow. Everybody's grown up so much since the last time I looked at the farm. Just 1 minute left. Like, that's crazy. Oh, little buddy. There's a button. Oh, there we go. Here, have a meat. Oh, you can raise their... You can raise it like that? I like that, actually. Bioman. No. What? I didn't want it. Elecman. What? Yay! You want it? Yay! Oh, no meat. Gabumon wants it. Gabumon's so cute, actually. Solarmon, yay. Yudomon. You want it? Crusadermon? You're pink, and I like you. So I'm keeping you here. Good. Is it done yet? That does just mean 1 minute, right? Like, you guys are done training, right? Oh well, I'll come back later anyway. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Did I take a quest? Oh no, we're going to Kowloon level 1. No, I can't go from there. I need to go through the TV. The television. In the detective office. Almost having a treat. Just picking through the leftovers in this treat dish. Oh, a message. Oh, wow. It's completed. Okay, we'll check real quick. You know what? We'll check once we get to Kowloon. Because there should be a Digilab thing there. Boop boop. Yay! Oh, we gotta switch our team around too to put Yokomon in front again. Okay, farm. What are you doing? What are you doing? Good job training. I don't know what that did. Command. Enhances the Digimon's abilities. It takes their CAM down, really? Oh well. Development cost to create items. Sure! 100 yen. Okay. We'll do that. Bye! Let's put Yokomon in front. And get out of here. Or get into here. We're looking for 3 miscreants to beat up. Because Mirai said, I've got a hit list for you. So we're beating up miscreants who don't treat Digimon well, I guess. Because we're the good ones. We're the good hackers. And all the other hackers are bad hackers. Oh, there's one. You see? He's squatting like a miscreant. Hello. You see your bird going boop up and down? Yeah, he's dipping into his treat dish to have a treat. He's cute. You're here to stop our hacking? Self-styled good guy? Eden's legendary 3 scammers? No, we're trying to nip this in the bud. You must not be that big, actually. I target dumb young gamers playing free-to-play games using my Digimon to sell them counterfeit items. And it's made me a real fortune? Huh. Rack up your parents' credit card bills already. Okay. Oh, that little critter. Just a little critter. Botamon! Botamon's so cute. Let's do that. Oh, Yokomon already got a big hit. Bird! Isn't he cute? That's a different voice than Woodmon usually has. I never thought I'd lose to someone as scrawny as you. I'm scrawny? An older brother. Okay, bud. Sure thing. Oh, I'm Starscream mode. Here, let's make room for that. Okay, did you guys see me yawning? I should probably wrap up kind of soon. Yokomon's hurt, so let's heal it back up again real quick. Yay! Might as well. We have a ton of HP capsules. We have so many! Takeshi! Mamoru. Doesn't that mean, like, protect? I sell elderly people ineffective health products and use their personal information to hack into their bank accounts and swipe their pensions. It says in the labels that effectiveness may vary. Okay, okay, buddy. Okay, you goofball. Those guys are cute. I like them. Yay. What, 4.5 hours stream so far? I can dig it. I can dig it. Gaha! That was incredibly easy. Suguru! Hello, you look like the Pokemon Gen 5 protagonist. Hilbert! Some jerk lecturing me like I'm a kid. Yugo? Wait! 5 hours. Yugo is supposed to be like a good guy, right? Or like at least a dubiously good guy. Why is he with Zaxxon? A bolt of lightning to strike me down! We're not going up there. Babies. So cool! 500 damage on that Poyomon. Wow. It's like, Staryu. I was about to say Starscream. Staryu does that same Oh, Lunamon's almost to level 15. We can almost evolve it. We can almost evolve them. Yeah. After this, ooh. After this, we'll probably wrap up for the night. After this, this mission. And it would just so happen that we can get right back into the main story after this mission. Where are you, dude? Where's this dude? Gotta be back here, right? Near the end. Oh, there he is. Let me check something real quick. Where's Yokomon at for CAM. Okay, not quite there yet. 2 more battles until Yokomon's at full CAM, I think. Yeah, I get you. You've been roughing up my brothers. Knowing my name and looking at me, you'd probably guess I'm a guy, right? Well, you're wrong. I'm neither a guy or a girl. Non-binary? Non-binary? I don't have to spell it out for you, right? Right? You're non-binary. When I first registered on Eden, I could only pick one or the other, so I reluctantly went with guy, but I didn't want to be forced to choose either one. It's a gray area. I'm proud of who I am. Why couldn't I have a choice that better reflected that? But the system just wouldn't have any of it, so I decided to say screw the system and rebel. I fabricated a lot of different avatars. Sometimes I go male, sometimes female. Then I hop on dating sites and steal money from idiots. That's my scamming style of choice. It's vengeance against an unjust system. You're for a real world of hurt, beating up my brothers and interfering with my personal vendetta like that. Wow. Non-binary real. I love that. That's fantastic. That's really great. I too catfish people when Professor Oak asks me if I'm a boy or girl. Whoa. Not my plant, baby. Whoa. Night night. Pretty good. Pretty good. Woodmon. Lunamon leveled up. Cookie Cutter Monster, welcome in! Thank you so much for following me. You are my 1,150th follower. Yay! Thank you! We love and appreciate our non-binary scammers. It's true! You know what? This one's valid. This one's valid. I don't care that you're a scammer. I don't believe it. My payback for my 2 brothers. A nobody, inside and out. What? You're okay. I was the strongest of the scammers and I'm a good sibling to Takeshi and Mamoru no matter what. You're not so bad after all. You're a pretty sweet kid, you know that? I'll quit using my Digimon to scam people. Aww. I love that! Cleaning up the community by making non-binary people stop being scammers. Oh, hi again, Fonzie! Welcome in! I hope you don't mind if I say your full name. Or if I don't say your full name. Beanie was bullying me about it earlier. Okay, I think with this battle, Yokomon should be full, like 10% chem. What does that mean? You can call me Ghosty. Oh, okay. I'll do that. Ghosty. It's cute. Hi, Damsy. How's it going? We are gonna wrap up kinda soon. 10% chem, so we can create worm. We can finally create worm now. What? The logout zone's broken. Well, that's fine. We can just walk back. Yeah, but once we turn in this quest, and do whatever, like, digivolving or whatever we want to do, we're good for the day. We're gonna wrap it up. Finish the stream. Just gotta get back through all this nonsense. This nonsensical nonsense. Wow. No combat yet? Oh. Speak of the devil. And it's a little horn dude. I forgot what it's called. How are you? It's been a while. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Damsy. I hope 2026 will be an awesome year filled with success and good things. I hope the same for you, Damsy. I'm feeling really optimistic about this year. I have a lot of ideas and plans that I can't wait to put into action. Okay. You know what? Let's digivolve. After we check this message, let's digivolve. Oh, Wanyamon in the farm is at max level. That's good. Raising Cane with your Digimon makes what occur during battle? Combos? Methinks? Hello again, Mirai. They were 3 siblings. Had we left them alone, I doubt they would have opted to grow beyond that then. Okay. We've killed 3 birds with 1 stone! We didn't kill them, Mirai. Unless that's what you wanted me to do. I don't think I can start doing that. It was hard work making it all happen, but thanks for doing it. Fate remains on your side. The reward is back at the office. Okay, first, go Digibank. Digivolve. Yonamon. If you die in Eden, you die in real life. Is that true? Okay, this one. Wow, so cool! Lekismon. Wow. Really sick, actually. Like a really sick design. Moon Knight Bomb. Saint Knuckle 1. Heal Idle Bubble. Increase damage from water and light skills for the team by 10%. Nimble personality. Oh, still from last time. Yay! Lekismon is acquired. Yokomon. Ah, a worm time. Wormmon time. Yes. Worm. Yay! Oh, the little baby. Oh, the little baby. Eee! I love this little baby. I want it to turn into a beautiful blubberfly. Worm. Oh, it's brainy too. Can you turn into a beautiful blubberfly? Whoa, I can't tell what kind of things it can turn into, but there's some neat ones. Patamon, can you do anything yet? Nope. That's okay. Woodmon. Not yet. Dorumon. What kind of levels are we looking at? 14? 14 or 15? Yokomon. Well, yeah, we have another one that we can turn into a mushroom. And Poyomon. Wow, we've got both of these. Gabumon. I'm not turning it into that goopy thing. Anybody? Anyone? Yodamon. Wanyamon? Yeah! Let's do this thing. I don't know what it is, but it looks interesting. What is this funny critter? Oh, I love this funny critter. Wait. Yeah, and I got red fingernails from all the blood from when I cut you. The holy noodle. Truly, truly. Wow, what do you turn into? Heckmon, other things. I kinda expect, Ringmon? Bellmon? With the kitty cat. Worm! Holy noodle. Peckmon. No. Okay. Wow. So exciting. So many exciting things going on. I love it. Let's go back to the Well, no, let's put Legismon in our party so we can see it run around. Oh, so big! So big, Legismon! Wait! Oh, I love it so much. I love this cool critter. Cool bunny. Very cool bunny. Makes it easier to generate combos is correct. Wow, and you evolved when I did that. Yay! Okay, so that's what Cam does. Huh, you know what? I'll snooze these ads all the way out. As much as I can, and we can wrap up stream without any more ads happening. No, 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 get out of here. Yeah, we log out. What? Stop. No, no, no. We log out. See, I clicked off the screen, so I had to click back on the screen in order to use the controls again. But by doing that, I like press confirm, I guess. Developer know-how, Mega HP generator, Mega SP generator. Yay! Mira is always an abrupt woman. Okay, so next time we get into this, on Saturday, wow, Mysterious Digital Face. On Saturday, we can, hop right back into the main quest with our cool party of cool guys. Look at all these cool guys. Some very carefully selected cool guys. And Woodmon is, warming up on me, honestly. Legismon is so cute! Okay, let's save the game. Let's save the game and then wrap up for the day. Sound good? Let's see who's live right now. Let's see. Oh, big stretch, big stretch. Germa's live. Oh, we're not doing words. Don't worry about it. Over here. Let me turn that off. There we go. No worms. No worms on stream. Who's live right now? Let me check. Yeah, Germa's live. Did you guys know that my, happy birthday, you know, my sub thank you song, I thought of doing that because of a joke on Germa's stream that he would do a raid song. He had a raid song joke. Let's see. I'm like, you know what? What if I did that for real? Well, a big stretch. Thank you, Isaac. Whoa. Yeah, thank you for being here, Saito. Whoa. And a sippy. No. Let's see. We got some good options. Honestly, there's someone I've been hoping to catch live for a while. We're gonna raid into Kana Fuyuko. She's a VTuber that makes, like, she's a 3D VTuber like myself, but she makes very, very, very useful tutorials about Warudo and like 3D VTubing stuff in general. And I've been a fan of her videos for a while, so finally I catch her live and we can raid out to her. Thanks for the streams, Cheesecake of the Crystal variety. Yeah, of course. Thanks for all the stream worms. Salute. Let's go hang out with Kana Fuyuko. I admit that I'm like a little bit starstruck. You know what I mean? I'll be like, OMG, hi, I love your stuff. I love your tutorials. You help me out a lot. Like, my VTuber would not be as cool as it is if she hadn't made those videos. She's so rad. Let's get our raid call doing. Varm. Berries are raiding, make a wish. Raid calls are super duper important. Oh, Snail's on a 30 stream streak. Thank you for that. That's beautiful. Raid calls are super duper important when we raid out to somebody. Let's do waves. When we raid out to somebody, wave. There we go. Twitch will only count us as viewers for certain analytics purposes if we send a message in chat. Otherwise, they're like, viewers who? Where? Nowhere. So when we get there, even if you leave, it's gonna help out our new friend Kanafuiko out a whole lot if we send in the raid call, okay? It's also really exciting to get a bunch of cool messages when a raid happens, right? So let's do that, and let's get the raid started. Kana, is it underscore? She's being very silly right now. Kana underscore, yeah. Fuyoko. Yeah, so that does it. I'll see you guys around tomorrow on Green Bean Supreme's channel. My bestie Greeny Beanie Supreme. They are going to be playing Fire Emblem. We're going to be playing together Fire Emblem for the GBA. Yippee! So exciting, so exciting. That's gonna be 3 p.m. Fairy EST. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow. If you're not on my Discord yet, you can hop in. You can stay tuned with all the news. There's that link right there. You can go ahead and join. And yeah, that about wraps it up. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited to play more Digimon. It's so much fun. No, we didn't finish Path of Radiance. It was way too buggy. So we just couldn't. So we moved to Fire Emblem for GBA. Anyway, yeah. Thank you guys for being here. Remember to always love yourselves, love each other, and love the world. Bye, friends. Bye. See you. Almost says bye, too.